Hi, y'all, and welcome to the first day of the second annual Abundance Summit. But first things first, we want to make sure that everyone knows we are working to be as accessible as possible. We will have ASL interpreters all day long, rotating every 15 to 20 minutes. We're super grateful to have them on board with us and appreciate making sure that we are as accessible as possible. We have Holly, Eli, Crystal, and Monique serving as our interpreters.
Yeah. So, welcome everyone. So fortunate to have these talented folks here with us today. And my name is Shaquaya Bailey, and you'll hear other names, and those are all correct as well. And also, we have.
I'm Zara Alabanza, and I am excited to be here with you all today, serving as co host with Shaquaya.
Sweet. And this is my first time actually meeting Zara. So, we've never met in person, but we hope this is awesome. Zara, can you tell me a little bit about you and your background and how you got into.
Yeah, I'm based in Atlanta, proud to be based in the South. I've been living here for about 10 years, but partying and playing here for the last 20. I'm raising my children here, and we just really appreciate the pace of the South, the outdoorsness of the South, and straight up the hospitality and the love in the South. Um, I never moved to Atlanta. Nobody moves to Atlanta 10 years ago talking about riding bikes, but I did. I was like, I want to ride bikes with Black people. So I co founded Red Bike and Green Atlanta, which turns 10 this year. And we've contributed a great deal to getting more Black folks on bikes and really evolving bike culture to represent us and other brown folks as well. And so I'm excited to be here representing Red Bike and Green and being able to chop it up with you and share this great program with the squad watching. How about you? How'd you get into bikes? Where are you based? And yeah.
So I'm actually based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I got into bikes initially as a commuter. So I did not have a car for many, many years, and I didn't get a car until I started doing more bike stuff. That was like the only reason I got a car.
Tell us how that works.
So, but yeah, so I started out as a commuter, and then I would just kind of use it to get to point A to point B. And then through commuting, I met a person that worked in our building, and we ended up going on this ride randomly. I'm trying to make it short, not too long, but and during that ride, we ended up doing I ended up doing like 60 miles. This was like my first long ride, so I did 60 miles by accident. But during this ride, we were just kind of going out there just doing it, and we didn't really understand the concept of fueling properly and timing and things like that. So we started out getting breakfast, then went on this ride, and at some point, turns out she bumped, but we didn't know what that was at the time. But she just at the certain point in the ride, she just like had no more energy, and then she called her boyfriend to pick her up. And it just so happened her boyfriend is co-workers or was co-workers with the former president. Well, he's former now, but the president of Major Taylor, Pittsburgh chapter. And when Bruce found out about this crazy scenario, he was like, you got to tell that woman who accidentally did that long ride to come meet us. And so I ended up meeting up with Bruce, and we ended up meeting at this like a little shopping plaza, and they always like kind of met during a certain day in front of Performance Bikes, and that's actually where I got my first road bike. Don't discount the budget bikes. And it was at meeting him. he was like, "Oh, if you want to ride with us, you got to wear a helmet." And I didn't even wear a helmet then or anything. I was like, "Wearing a helmet, that is trash." So, well, because it looked ugly. He had this ugly blue helmet, and I was like, "Nah, I can't wear that." And he was like, "Well, you can't ride with us." And I was like, "Well, I guess I'll wear this one time." So then I ended up buying a helmet after that because the helmet he had me wear was so ugly. But pretty much after that, it was like all she wrote. And I ended up joining Major Taylor, the club. And from riding with them, I ended up meeting more Black people that rode bikes, which I didn't even realize was the thing. Because I was riding bikes in college a little bit. And it was just like to get the classes. But as an adult, it's not seen as cool to be riding bikes, especially if you don't have a car. Because in my background, it was like seen as a level of success to actually just move on to having a car. Mm-hmm. And if you're biking, it's like it was looked down upon. Yeah. And so anyway, I thought this was dope because here are all these Black people who are accomplished and successful, and they're riding bikes and loving it. So I really took to it, and I ended up learning about other organizations within the city that rode bikes, which is the ACA, Allegheny Cycling Association. And I found out about like racing and kind of caught the bug from that. Especially because folks realize like, oh, you like to ride bikes fast, especially going downhill. So like, that's kind of like my intro into it. And then I started meeting more people just through the race circuit and ended up meeting Aisha through other races. Cause I was like, oh shit, there's a Black person. I need to go over there and meet this person ASAP, because everywhere I would turn, there was just a lot of whiteness. And I was like, every time I would go to a race and I see somebody Black, I'd be like, hey, how you doing? Just try not to be awkward Black girl, but it happens. And so, and then from Aisha and meeting Will, then comes the Black Foxes, which is a collective of Black cyclists that aim to amplify Black and brown folks and the outdoor industry, and to kind of encourage that and support that. But that's kind of like that was a whole lot, but
it was a lot of great stuff. But racing, that's not something we hear so much about. Aisha has definitely put us like on point with understanding that more. But could you share a little bit more about your race experience? What kind of racing? You said you like going downhill fast.
Yeah. So it started out as road racing. Road is still my favorite. I really do enjoy the butter smooth road, and it just like the curve, and you just like leaning into the curves, and like I think that's like one of them, like it's like euphoria when you're just on the perfect pavement and the weather is perfect and the road is just smooth. But that's just more like the riding. But I'm getting caught up. But yeah, the racing part, the racing part definitely. The crits is like definitely my favorite. I really like the exciting nature of it. I like that it's on a short course and you can get support from spectators in the crowd. And also, I like the technical nature of the course. The more technical of the crit course, the better, in my opinion. And I also like the idea that you have to, it's not necessarily the strongest person that will win, but it's also the person who rides the smartest too, which is really cool. That's something I really like about it. And even though there's an individual aspect, I like that there's a teamwork aspect as well. I really enjoy that. And I've been on a few different teams, and they've all been like interesting experiences. And I guess the women's racing scene here in Western Pennsylvania is not as large in other places, like in the eastern part of PA, or even in like LA and places like that. So it can be tough to kind of get the momentum because the women's field in this area tends to be smaller. So I found that the racing here has actually been really difficult because other fields are really, really small. And some events you'll be lucky to have like 6 women in a category, which is like sad. And then, you know, when I go somewhere east, or if I go like that was a race out in LA or something, then that would be a whole different ball game. But I think the people who are here, who are racing, they are excited and they are engaged as much as they possibly can be. But yeah, so that's definitely just been my experience, and I do enjoy it. I've kind of had some ebb and flow with it. I had a lot to learn because I wasn't an athlete in my youth at all. I was a total nerd, which nerds rule the world. But
all day.
but I did not do anything pretty much until after college. So I'm pretty much a late bloomer. I didn't really start racing until like 28. And so I go from like doing nothing from the couch to like starting racing. So I just had a huge base to build. And I think initially that was tough because I was discouraged at first. But when I realized that like when other people got into racing, they had like 15 years on me. Yeah. So that's huge. And so I kind of had to like realize that and not let that get me down and keep pushing. And so it's been really encouraging to see people racing even into their 50s and 60s. So
that's super motivating. Not previously being an athlete and then jumping into like the sport of suffering is how I think about bicycle racing. And even to me, I'm possibly a lot older than you, and I'm kind of intimidated by racing because I'm an old athlete, but and I have years of athleticism behind me, but just racing feels like, ugh. But you're inspiring on that if you just started, and I'm sure to a lot of other people who are like, not now, I'm too old, or I've never done this before. So that's really great to hear. I'd say that I'm not a racer, but I love a good bike tour. And that's exactly how I got into biking as an adult. Is I met a woman who rode her bike across country, and I was like, where'd they do that at? And so a year later, I found myself with 8 other women and women of color, Black women and women of color, riding from Eugene, Oregon to San Francisco. There definitely was a U-Haul involved, but we made it. And it's been what motivated me to keep riding as an adult, and then ultimately starting Red Bike and Green Atlanta. But yeah, we shared a little bit about ourselves. I think we can jump into, some of the nitty gritty of what people can expect from today and tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Before we do that, what was your favorite bike tour? Like,
unfortunately or unfortunately, it's going to be hard to beat what I just did, which was ride in Sierra Leone and support Tour de Lunsar, which is their version of Tour de France. So I was literally 2 days off of a flight from Sierra Leone, Africa, where a bunch of folks from Atlanta and DC were invited to explore Sierra Leone by bike and support their bike tour, their bike race out there. My eyes and heart are just really wide open. I'm a little delirious because I haven't slept as much, but that by far right now is my best bike touring experience, which just includes multiple day biking and participating and supporting that race, and being seen as like a dignitary of the diaspora. So super grateful for that.
That is beautiful. That sounds like a beautiful, beautiful trip. I can't wait to see pictures, hopefully, coming out on the gram or the socials.
There's a film being made and hopefully an art exhibit. And then if I can process, I will personally share on Instagram, but it's a lot to digest. I'm still digesting it. But soon.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope. So, what is the Abundance Summit? Context: this is an important event to celebrate Black and Brown voices, and for us to celebrate each other.
It's given us like family reunion vibes, wedding vibes. I ain't seen my homies in 2 pandemic years, which is like equivalent to doggy years, so like 14 years maybe. It's meant for a space of fun and joy, and we hope that you indulge in that feeling.
And for the folks in the back, this is definitely not a conference. We are here to kick it. There might be a little bit of language, so had the kids, had the babies. But yeah. And if we have any technical difficulties, we do apologize. But we hope that is very limited.
And if you haven't recognized or figured it out, maybe because we didn't share, but we're your co-hosts, so you get to kick it with us for the next 2 days. We hope to bring you some additional laughs, make you feel comfortable, and just ensure that your experience here is what you desire and expect it to be. So we have some reminders that we would like to share with you. We need y'all to register. So although you might be watching this and you didn't register, registration comes with some perks like a goodie bag. It's a digital goodie bag, which features offers from all of our sponsors and highlight our friends and partners that we love. So we encourage you to go register. The first 500 registrants get 1 free month of Zwift. And you can register at aquickbrownfox.com. And if you have questions throughout the day, you can use the live chat feature, and we will do our best to reference that as well. There will also be in the chat the links to our registration, or anything that we say has a link will always be in the live chat box. There will also be a link to the PDF template for a Build a Bike Collage workshop that's happening later today as well. And then we're also having a sale. So you registered, you get this digital goodie bag, and then you get 20% off of all things on A Quick Brown Fox's shop. And Summit attendees also will get 1 free month of Do Better Together app in the goodie bag. But again, you got to register. That's the most important part. We're glad to see you here, but for multiple purposes, it's going to benefit you to give us your email and register for this event.
Yeah, we promise we will not be spamming y'all emails. We will not. And to follow up, there is a mini grant program. So pull up your notebooks or the Notepad app and share this with the folks where it applies. In its second year, the Abundance Mini Grant Program, sponsored by Zwift, will provide entries, housing, transportation, a food stipend, and several additional resources for women of color for Tulsa Tough, Tour of America's Dairylands, Intelligentsia Cup, and Gateway Cup. Beginners and amateurs are encouraged to apply. Don't count yourself out at all. Applications are open now through April 14th. And for folks who have been racing for a while, you'll recognize that this is major because race expenses add up quickly between the USAC license and race registration, travel fees. And I don't know if y'all been looking, but these flights is getting real disrespectful. So is this gas for no reason. But anyway, I digress. The Abundance Micro Grant Program is also supported by SRAM, and they'll provide entry to and a day license to a local USAC sanctioned road race, with the goal of accommodating 400 total race days for the year. Though not formally titled, the micro grant program was able to provide race day fees and licenses to several of those who applied to the mini grant program in 2021. Applications open through the end of 2022 racing season. And check out that link in the chat box. And if you have any questions, be sure to hit up to contact us at A Quick Brown Fox and see the live chat for the links.
Awesome. I might need to jump on that mini grant game and get back into these streets myself. Tomorrow we have our Zwift race. This is a part of the Abundant Summit training series with support from Carmichael Training Systems. It will be announced by Aisha and Shaquaya. It starts at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and it's 90 minutes long. We'll be streaming it on the A Quick Brown Fox YouTube channel as well. Link to register for the Zwift race is going to be dropped in the chat box. So we hope to get as many of y'all participating as possible.
Yeah, and for sure, don't be afraid to check it out. If you're scared about the timing, you can still hop into that event. Just give it a go, and it's for the free. So why not? It's been 2 pandemic years, but it felt like 6. It's been ridiculous. And we've definitely prepared for this event, of course, but be flexible with the panelists and presenters. If we have any issues, if you hear any funny noises in the background, if you hear any gurgling, that might just be my stomach or something, ready for a break. Or if you hear some dogs and some animals in the background, that's cool too. That's life. So we got a chill vibe, and we hope that y'all enjoy what we have in store.
And with our exciting panels, we will have time for a Q&A, and we encourage you to utilize the live chat feature on YouTube throughout the event. We'll host Q&A with our speakers after each session. So get your questions ready. We got brilliance on these panels that are going to just definitely contribute to some very lively conversation.
Yeah, and don't forget, even if you can't watch this entire summit, you can still register and watch it later and share with your friends. The more the merrier. So the program for today will include at 12, we're going to do OD birding with the William Loyd. And then at 1, and this is all Eastern Standard Time for the folks. And so if you're in a different time zone, just bear with me. And so at 1, we have Build a Bike Collage Workshop by Kahari Blackburn. And at 2, we have Zwift tutorial by yours truly. And at 2:30, we'll have a break because everyone needs to, gather themselves. And then at 3, we have the keynote by the J. Marie Hill. Snap, snaps. And at 3:30, we have a Quick Brown Foxes live podcast recording featuring Devin Cowens. And at 4, we have Black Outdoor Business Owners panel.
Sweet. So as you can see, we got some dope programming ahead of us for today. And as Shaquaya said, if you miss something, don't trip. You can always come back and watch it. It will be live on a Quick Brown Fox YouTube channel. We got a little special treat for y'all because Aisha McGowan and Devin Cowens are going to join us just for a quick minute. They've been putting blood, sweat, and tears into the effort of bringing the Abundance Summit to you. And they're going to pop in and give us some words before we move on.
Screw.
On 22s.
Hello.
Hi. We're so excited. Today's the day.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that it's happening. I feel like this is the kind of thing you like prepare for months, and then suddenly you're in the middle of it. And yeah, we're going with God on this one. I'm really excited. I am really proud of this event and really excited about all of the programming that we've put together. I think it is different than other presentations in that it's not, I don't know, I just try to make something that I would want to see and then try and rope other people into watching it. And so thank you all for being here and participating in this thing that we have created. And super shout out to Devin, because I am great at ideas, but not great at logistics. And so she has been just absolutely essential in making sure that all the T's get crossed and the I's get dotted. See, I almost mixed that up. I have a dog in my lap right now and I don't have any foods. Oh, wait. I definitely have food. That's what's going on. So yeah, what's up, Devin?
Yeah, I feel like last year we did this. Naisha's like, we need a team. And then we got a team, which helped. So we feel more prepared this year and equipped, but it's always kind of a lot at once. So thank you to Shay and Zara for being here. And this is the fun part for me, being behind the scenes, minus this minute of talking, and just see how the show runs. Because now I can kind of coast and snack and drink water and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Until later when we pry into Devin's bike life.
Which I asked Aisha for some questions and she would not prep me. So
because I never prep my podcast guests because I like when it's candid. I think people give their best responses when they haven't fully thought about them. And that doesn't apply to everything, but definitely to
this preparation. So I do not move on the fly, except maybe when packing, but otherwise I'm pretty prepared. So yeah, excited to be here. And thank y'all for doing this. It's such a treat. And I feel like nothing like this exists on the internet. And Aisha is smart as hell. And I'm glad that we all can be sharing space with her mini ideas and creative brain. So yeah.
Aww, you're gassing me up.
Always.
I think if anyone takes anything away from this intro time, we've thrown a lot of information at you, but I really hope y'all enjoy this space, understanding that it was created specifically for us, but everybody is included and everybody is invited. I feel like we're so used to white-centered spaces that we don't even fully understand what a non-white-centered space in this kind of arena could look like. I feel like we have like our family spaces and our friend spaces, but this like outward-facing space is something that I felt we needed here in cycling in the outdoors. And there are quite a few organizations who are building those kinds of places for us. And so I wanted to put this summit together so we can like celebrate all of that. And in regards to the mini grant and the micro grant and the training series and the race and all of other abundant project pieces of programming, I really want people to not count themselves out. Like, I know I keep saying that, but really, if you have even like a seed, an inkling, an irk, just the thought that you want to try it and you want to give bike racing a go as a woman of color, please apply, please do it. The mini grant is a little bit more selective just because it takes far more resources to pull off. But the micro grant is literally open to any local USAC sanctioned race, USAC being USA Cycling. USAC sanctioned road race. Let's be specific. I'm trying to get folks into road racing right now. And maybe when we get a bit more resources, we can expand to other disciplines of cycling. So if you even considered it as a passing thought and you have the basics that you need to get going, try the micro grant, apply for the micro grant, because I would like to pay for you to race bikes, cover your entries and a day license so you can give it a try. And you can try it up the street from your house if there's a race there. So please, just give it a go.
Sweet. Thanks, Aisha. It's definitely FUBU for us, by us, for the folks in the back. And last but not least, thank you to our sponsors. This event is presented by Zwift. Shout out to the homies. And with support from Live Racing, Fire Ass Bikes, SRAM, Fire Ass Gear, and Bike Flex. Help you get your Fire Ass gear to the place you need it to be. And next up, we have...
I'm going to excuse myself and I'm going to excuse Devin so y'all can continue.
Awesome. Next up, we have OD Birding with the William Loyd. A little bit about William, or Will, to his friends. Growing up in Hollis, Queens, where there weren't many examples of representation outside of the cliche boxes society defaults to for Black men. While his interests have always been widespread, he never felt quite right in any one group. He did a lot of things that Black men just didn't do. The outdoors, less popular sports, and niche hobbies do not belong to any particular race. Understanding why it would seem that way to some when there's a lack of representation. He loves to see people he grew up with asking questions about bikes, birds, or where the trail is. He wants to help eliminate those barriers that we quickly put up as a reason to not do something. All right.
My name is William Loyd. I am in Girona, Spain, Catalonia, San Gregorio, many different ways to say that. But I'm here today to talk to you about birds and why I love birds, all things birds, da-da-da-da-da. And most of you have been following me on my socials for a little bit now. You see I've fallen in the deep end, and I say that 100% knowing how obsessed I am now. But, hopefully some of you will also, decide to join me. Birds are dope. I think the birds are dope, but, maybe you don't think so, and that's fine. Maybe you'll find out after this. But I would like to hopefully dispel some hurdles or maybe some misconceptions, because sometimes with new stuff, people tend to create their own blockers or reasons why they can't do something, whether, maybe it's too complicated or maybe it's they're confused about something. I mean, on the very basic level, if you're looking at a bird, you're a birder. That's as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't need to get any deeper than that, But, if you want to dive deeper, it's there for you. Whereas some people are I need to take all the photos when I go birding. And then I know people who are I just want to go watch them, which both are equally valid. So I hope today that we can go over all that and you give it a shot. So with birding, I think it's important to, one, start at your own pace. There's so much content and information out, and it can get a little disheartening, maybe distracting when you're looking at this source, looking at this source, looking at this source. I mean, I, for one, am very much a part of the YouTube Academy, university and whatnot. But that can be a lot, sometimes just go outside and see what's there, and from that experience, that might be better than just trying to get a bunch of information. So I'm going to try to not overwhelm, but at the same time, this could be important, and then we can discuss, First off would be, what do you need to even get into birding? Biking, a lot of us, share that same passion, and whatever other outdoors activities that you might fall into, category you fall into, a lot of that startup equipment can be a lot. But the cool thing about birding is you don't really need a lot, if you're blessed with the ability to see and hear. I mean, frankly, that's all you kind of rely on, I'm also going to tangent, get used to this is the first one. I'm going to talk a lot about comparing to cars as a car person. A lot of people say, oh, how do you birds make sounds? It's so hard to identify. And that can be true, but we use these skills all the time. And if you don't notice you're using these skills in another way, it can relate to this, it might be easier when you can see that and that's identified. So if you're a car person out there, you know what an RB sounds like, you know what a K series sounds like, you can learn what a tough titmouse sounds like versus what a chickadee. You just need to make yourself more accustomed to hearing these different sounds. That's the biggest hurdle, I think, for some people. It's how do you know what that is, or how do you know what that is? And I mean, there's so many resources that have audio samples, but then after you hear it a few times, you can identify it in the wilds. And I think it's almost kind of like languages, which, another tangent, I told you it was coming. Like here in Spain, they speak Catalan, and then Spanish is what more is commonly known. And it takes a little bit, but even with them being similar, they are very different at the same time. So the more you hear it, the more you know this is this and that's that. So, it's something that you just train your brain, your ears to pick up. Even if you're not able to identify by what you hear, you can identify by what you see. And when I say see, like, oh, there are different parts of the bird, which we'll go over, but what the bird is doing, what the bird is eating, or where it's foraging. Like, there's so many different aspects to help you identify a bird, should you want to. Some people, like I said, they just find chilling on the bench, which don't throw bread to birds. That's not good. But some people just like chilling amongst the birds, and that's dope. They don't really care if that is this or that is that. Doesn't matter to them. And that's awesome too, because you don't have to go out of your way to like check it out or try it out. You might just be looking out the window, which is something that, like I said, if you were following me while I was in Georgia, sometimes I wouldn't even go to the park. I didn't have to. I started, backyard birding, having the birds come to your place. You don't even got to go nowhere. Just sit in front of your window and see what you see. So now we're going to go over what I actually use. And again, this is not the most comprehensive list of things you need, and you don't even need any of these things. It's just, we're going to go over a few, talk about why, and then hopefully, you might say, oh, I have this around, or, oh, I maybe have this thing that you use, or I'll go get this. This sounds cool. Great, Okay, so here is what I would say everyday carry. Right now, at the moment, these are the things I'm going for. So, again, this is not the be-all, end-all. Yours is going to look different. Whatever pro that you want to gas up, theirs is going to look different. It does not matter. Whatever gets you out there to have fun and actually look at some birds, use that. Obviously, it is a book, Identifying Birds in Spain. I'm going to try to get this on the camera because it's awkward, but it's probably trash the way I'm doing this right now, but it's a dope book. I think the thing I like the most is it's brief enough so it fits a lot, and I'm not going back and forth to my phone because, again, if you don't want to bring a book, you can. Like, there are many apps. Merlin is what I use. I mean, I'm sure there's like eBird and da-da-da-da-da. There's going to be a ton of apps that other people know that I either know and don't use because I've tried a few now. And Merlin is sitting pretty for me, which is a big deal. Like having a good point of reference, especially if you're trying to see specific birds, So that's useful. But I will say that a book or the app, not necessarily essential, but I do think they are highly recommended in either forms. Obviously, if you got a book, you don't have to keep turning on your phone. I have binoculars and a monocle. Shout outs to Knox. They hooked me up. Like, obviously, it's binoculars. You're going to see farther. Yes, that. It makes sense when you say it, but then when you have it, you're like, oh my God, this is awesome. What you can afford, what you can come across, what you have, use that. Now, phone. Obviously, I already mentioned it can double with the apps as like your handy dandy notebook. But what I like about the phone, one second, is it has Sound ID, which is incredible. So, like I was saying earlier, you're hearing sounds, you're hearing all this stuff, and maybe you're not sure hey, what did I just hear? Merlin has this ability to either capture the sound yourself, or you can just look up the bird, click on, I should just show you that. You look up the bird, click on a sound. So this is what I mean. So let's say, I'm gonna get down to the robins, the smaller ones, because seeing it is a lot easier to like just get the gist of it. And of course I'm making this harder because I'm like trying to go to a bird that I think is cool. So here you go. Y'all already know how I feel about that one on the top though. Pika Pikas, I mean, just they've been disrespecting me. So yeah, this is Eurasian Jay. Maybe I can actually take you to one of these later on when we get outside. But what's dope is if you click on the sounds on the bottom, this is mad hard to do, by the way. So you see all the calls come up. Bam, mad calls. This is dope. So we're in Eurasian, but remember when I said about like different subspecies, and if that's not the word for it, I'm sorry, you're smarter than me. You can let everybody else know. But Eurasian, if I click on it, hopefully this picks up nice and crisp. Okay, you get the point. So that is very useful when you're out. So went over the book, which dope as hell. Get you a book, or like I said, them pamphlets that be at the visitor centers are amazing. You got something to get the birds closer to you, because you don't always have the ability to be up in the bird's face, which obviously, you know, that's just how it is. The phone, I mean, nowadays everyone has a phone, but you know, not everyone has a smartphone, and that I understand that. This, my love, obviously, again, not essential, but I like taking birds. Like I said, there are a lot of people who are like, I don't care about taking no damn pictures. And some people just take pictures on their phone, and that's awesome because phones do a lot. I mean, phones do it all nowadays. So it all honestly depends on what you're carrying and like the purpose, like your intent when you go out. I will say this, having a good routine when you are going out is going to be better than having one particular thing or all of the things. That is way more key than any of this stuff here. Having a routine when you actually go out is what I think was what essential. So you kind of like prepare. You don't have to, but it does help, you know. And I think that's way more important than any one thing in particular. All right, so we're outside now. We are at Rio Terre. If I'm not saying that right, but that's where we're at. We're at the river there. Cool thing about this place is you see a lot of different variety. The river is actually like runs along between two towns, San Gregorio and I believe Bescano. Not really that important, but it's cool. Right now, it's pretty strong, like stream. I've been here before and it was like droplets, you know. So it's nice that it's a full body of water again. Typically here you'll see a lot of robins. Robins usually hang around in the dirt, more on this side where you have farm on this side off the camera, and then water in that other section of land is where you'll see, like typically on this side you'll see egrets landing, whether they be on the rocks, whether they be like right in the water. You see them sometimes perched up on these trees as they go along down the river. Great cormorants, you'll see a lot of those. Usually they're all together, those cormorants and the egrets being larger birds. They typically hang in the trees together. And it's the first time I've seen a surplus of gray wagtails, white wagtails. You'll see them like crazy, hopping around, bopping. And it's cool because the longer you stay in one spot and you're just quiet and actually like taking everything in, if you just focus on one area, you'll actually see quite a
few different types of birds stop in, I think the most important thing when you decide to come out and check out what birding is to give yourself time and space to allow for things to happen, Like that sparrow right now, who is like 3 feet below us on this embankment. And they usually, sparrows, smaller birds, they typically like to hang out in like natural brushes and places where they can just kind of tuck in, natural protection from predators is always key for birds. So a lot of times, you've probably been walking on a trail and you'll see a bird scurry out from nowhere and you're like, oh, it might startle you. That's because, they're usually typically, if they're not foraging actively, they're hanging out, chilling under cover, When I'm pulling up to the spot, like whether it be like a hide, a natural hide, or just a river location, generally take a moment to see what's happening. Sometimes, we're so busy to get to the spot that you might actually find yourself chasing things away. So like when I was coming, there's an entire trail that runs along this river. So as I was coming towards where I knew I wanted to be, I started to slow down, get off the bike, slowly take my things out so I'm not doing a lot of movements, which this is terrible right now. Today I only brought my phone. I think I brought, it's in my handlebar bag. I brought my monocle because it was just a lot easier. The camera, and obviously this camera to record. So, just from right off the bat, when you come, taking into account what's happening, locations where you think, a bird might possibly be, there's clearly plenty of natural perches, plenty of natural spots for fish to like come through and birds to be waiting to eat, One of the things where if you have any type of like exposed rock area, whether it be like to traverse the river or like just natural spots where rocks are poking out from the water, those are typically good places for any type of bird that will fish. It's going to land in those spots. If that's obvious, sorry. If it wasn't, there you go. Like right now, I'm going to try to get some footage of this so you can see it while I'm talking about it. There's a white wagtail that is currently actively eating or trying to get some food. And it's really beautiful because I'm over here, well away from what's happening, and you can watch a bird do its thing. That's it. It's not like this magical, like you have to do this and that and that. As long as you are being respectful, not disturbing them, you can watch birds all day. It's very peaceful. So the thing here is, right now we're in a spot where we're clearly exposed, so you want to be thoughtful of that. If I'm doing a lot, or I'm moving a lot, or if I see something and I just rush for it, the bird can see you because you have a clear line of sight. You can see the bird. So if I'm trying to focus myself on, okay, I see this rock perched here, the wagtail keeps coming back after every couple of minutes to the same place, I want to have myself situated before the bird gets there, or at least be in a spot where I can either observe in this moment, take a photo before the bird gets there, and then I end up startling it where it does not return. A lot of times that happens when you want to get to something too fast, and now you have to deal with the fact that the bird is like, oh, something's over there, I'm not dealing with it, and they leave. I'm not sure if you can see, but we have him. I'm saying him, but I don't know if it's a boy or girl. I'm not sure if white wagtails have differences in color between male and female. That is also something that our handy notebook or app would tell us, because that's another big part of identifying what you're looking at. Sometimes you might go into it with an idea in your head of what the bird will look like and see something that's not very accurate, and you might be looking at just the different sets. Wagtail's back. And you'll notice that too with birds is that they take breaks. Birds love taking breaks. Like you'll have times when birds might be coming to the same spot to eat or grab something, or inspect to see if there is something. And if they find something, they'll go there continuously, but they'll maybe like go there for like 15 minutes and then you won't see them for an hour. Then they come back for a little bit. So it's like back and forth of maybe they went to go forward something else, but they remember like, oh, this spot, it's got some prime stuff. I'll come back here later. So you always see them hopping back and forth to where they want to be. It's really cool following the wagtails because they float just above the water. It's like one of the coolest things to watch. Every now and then you'll see a kingfisher flying down here. Kingfishers, that's like one of my goals, to get a in-flight photo of a kingfisher just because they are moving so fast. And I mean, they've got these incredibly thin, long beaks for like impaling the fish once they actually penetrate the water and get their dinner, lunch, breakfast, whatever. And then if you can follow them to where they actually end up landing after they've sweeped in for their attack, they like proceed to beat the fish to death. It's actually pretty brutal, but circle of life, right? Hey. Yeah. Sparrows talking to somebody, somebody in the flock ain't paying attention or doing what they're supposed to be doing. And they are pissed. I'm gonna see if I can get a photo of it. Again, these things, they tend not to leave their little cove with these fallen trees that are usually scattered along the river. So it's a great hiding spot. They've got plenty of places to perch, so I understand. It's just trying to, like, seeing it with my eyes, one thing, seeing it with the camera, it's a completely different thing. Sometimes you can't share everything, which is unfortunate about birding, because you see some cool stuff. Like the first time I saw a heron out here, it was just hanging out in the field, and I was like, oh my God. Not as big as the great herons that I've seen in Georgia. These are slightly smaller, but still a big bird. So yeah, this is what I mean about like watching this wagtail do its thing, and then it's right back to where it was, It went wherever it went and came right back to the same spot, which is cool. It's sad that, if I'm a predator, birds are so predictable, but obviously they're also capable to be like, hey, predator's on the loose, So the bird feeling comfortable, it returns back to its spot. I'm not doing too much to make it want to leave the area. And now I can anticipate more bird shots. Being able to just focus on one. What I like to do is not get too distracted by all the birds I'm seeing, especially if it's your first time out. Focus on one particular bird and what that one bird is doing, learning its patterns, and then you can actually start to, learn just about that one thing versus I'm paying attention to this mallard down the stream here, or I'm paying attention to the ducks that we seen earlier, or I'm paying attention to, the egret that might be walking around right now, which that's cool, but it's easy to get sidetracked and overwhelmed, especially like because they're this is a good place to eat, so the birds are constantly going about, coming and going. So while you're out here, you'll notice that I am not moving to too many different locations. The first thing you might want to do when you come to a place, you settle, you post up with whatever you got, and then you notice something's happening over there. Then you move over there. Once you get all your stuff over there, then you're like, oh, the birds went over there. Then you go back over there. to avoid that, that's why I was saying earlier, really wouldn't just get an idea for what's happening by not doing anything and just taking in what you see going around you before you try to like get the ideal spot. Obviously, if you've been in places before and you got kind of like prior knowledge about the area, that's a different story. But just showing up to a place where you kind of know, like birds I've seen, maybe passively running through here or riding through here, birds would be here. It's good to just sit back for a little bit and see where they like perching at or where they like scurrying around the ground at, you know? That'll save you a lot more time than like, oh, I want to come over here or I want to come over there. Again, if you're specifically looking for a particular bird, then yeah, you might have to move. But if you're just out, just to hang out and just to see what's here, stay in one spot. It'll be a lot less stressful. You'll probably see a lot more because you're not moving so much, you know. And the cool thing is, if birds get a habit of seeing you show up, they're less likely to consider you a threat. And if you're not considered a threat, sorry, distracted again. If you're not considered a threat, they'll get closer, or they'll not be so conscious of you. I mean, they're always going to pay attention to you, but they'll be more inclined to carry out the rest of their day without worrying about you, which that's truly the most important thing. Is I'm going to continue to focus just on the wagtail, obviously taking into account whatever I see while I'm doing that. And then, you know, if I get something on my mental list that I'm like, hey, I keep seeing kingfisher go this way, then I know for next time, maybe head a little bit further down the river, you know, maybe I'll get a better spot of where that kingfisher was or where the kingfisher's going. So again, I've seen the same pair of ducks fly into the picture, do their little like, you know, dive bomb, synchronized technique. And now I'm going to try to figure out what I was actually looking at. So the cool thing is, there's a waterfowl section. There you go. And just from the immediate photos, I can tell not a mallard, maybe a gadwall, because definitely looked like it was grayish, whitish, but I didn't see or get a good idea of that rump area with the black rump. So I'll have to pay attention to that next time, because it seemed like it was all grayish brown, all one color, and that's a distinctive feature right there. So taking that into account, it could also be this. What does it say? Gargany. Not a dope name. He's got a whack name. But that's more similar to what I've seen, because it doesn't have that distinct black rump. And again, this is ducks flying like mid synchronized swim. So the next time it comes through, we'll try to get a better idea of what it is and actually pay attention more closer than what I just did, now that I have those two specific attributes in mind. Back to the wagtail. You juke me out. Only juke me out. That's the cool thing about these wagtails, is that they fly all over the place. But you see, they just keep going into the brush there, which is what they do. Hang out for a little bit, they'll come back out. She'll come back out, get some more food, You know, after a successful attempt, enjoy it, go back to the perch, sit back down. They literally just spend their time filling up their energy stores before the nightfall. And they go to sleep, wake up in the morning, do it again. Although, I think we are entering, should be fledging season, because, I mean, just from walking here, I've seen tons of birds with like little pieces of twigs and like little things they find on the ground that they're clearly taking to go build nests or wherever they burrow. So, and depending on the bird, obviously. So, I mean, that's also something that they need to prepare for, is having enough food stores for themselves for the day, and you know, to birth these kids. Come on. You want to take flight? You want to take flight? Wait for the poop. Tail's bopping. If the tail is bopping, they might poop soon. Because wagtails don't usually walk much. They usually sit there, hang out. Yeah. He's going to take flight. I'm trying to anticipate it. Yeah, he got me again. Up. He didn't get back to the spot. He juked me out. Juked me out. So yeah. It's a little hard, you know, especially if you're looking down the viewfinder. But you get better at it. And then of course he's over there again. Wagtails. Really cool. They're our only friends out right now, particularly that's actively fishing. I haven't seen any kingfisher buzz by, so maybe they're full already, who knows. And every now and then you get a duck that comes in, but those to be determined flock of ducks or waterfowl that I've seen, won't be able to identify them. But if I do, I will put that up, because I mean, it's literally that simple. Trying to pick, like I saw was brown, I saw some freckle spots, more like stripes, like dotted stripes, but I didn't see the black rump, so it could be just that's something I missed, or it wasn't on the bird at all. And that's the helpful thing, is like if you stay in the same spot, you might be able to see it come through again. You know? The thing with ducks though, I feel like most of the time when I see them, when they go, but who knows? It could be coming back in an hour or so, and I just won't be there, you know? Sometimes that's how it is. I remember the first time I was trying to go to this Lake Lehigh, I think it's called, when it was in Georgia. It's interesting because I saw a great blue heron for the first time. I was like, oh, I'm coming back tomorrow to see this thing, and I never saw it again. Very upsetting, but that's just how it is sometimes. But I think, you know, from that, you get pretty much the gist of it. You know. The thing I like about this place is they have benches, and that's always good for somebody like me. You sit down and bird. I think you're winning at that point. But that is something to keep in mind, you know, for those of you who need to take a break. Maybe someplace along the trail or along the water, those typically have benches where you can sit. You don't have to be on your feet too long, or you got a good pair of shoes with some Vibras, and it ain't so bad. You know? It's really up to what you can bring and what you're capable of. But as far as watching the birds, if you got enough patience, you can see a lot. And then with the know-how, you can start to anticipate where you should expect, where they should be, especially time of day too. You know, like obviously in the morning, I don't know how, if you're a morning person, you're gonna see them, you can be up with them at the same time as they're getting up and they're actively looking. As the hours progress, It's not so active, but you'll still see pairs here and there or a flock here and there, but it's never like it is the first break of light, beginning of the day. It's amazing. Like they are out. It is like a highway. It's awesome. The skies are like a highway. And then, of course, golden hour, right before the sun sets, the time where the sun is started to set already, and right before there is no light. You usually see them again trying to get their nights filled before they're done for the rest of the day. If you had to pick one or the other, depending on what type of person you are, your schedule, that's also something to keep in mind. Usually noon, not the best of times to go out if you want to get a bunch of activity. I don't know if homie agrees or not. I don't know if you heard that, but it was definitely near us. That's that. Enjoy. Take it at your own pace. Start off slow. You might get into it. Later.
Not everyone is going out with the idea of pinpointing or locating a specific bird. Like identifying body parts, identifying habits, like where it's at, what it's eating, what it's doing, identifying where you are. These will all help when you are out there in the field.
Thank you, Will. That was a dope presentation. I really liked seeing birding from your perspective. And you surprised me. I didn't realize you would get up that early on a consistent basis. So kudos. We are now going to do the live Q&A with Will. We have some questions in the chat that we'll address first. But how you doing today, Will?
I'm good. It's been a good time out here, so I'm just enjoying it. Happy. Can't complain. I got my health.
Beautiful. For our first question from the chat is, do you have a bucket list for bird sightings? And is there somewhere you hope to travel to just for bird watching?
A bucket list. I think without like getting too deep into it, like I have more of a bucket list for like species. So like if I can get like any specific type of owl, that's great. But just seeing an owl, like a nocturnal owl specifically, like ones that hunt at night, would be awesome. Or like it'd be cool to I'm really interested in like just birds of prey right now. So like bigger hawks and bigger types of like falcons and whatnot. Like so one particular like type of bird, but more like just the categories I'd like to knock out. And as far as going someplace, I kind of like low key would love to go to Australia just because I feel like you can get everything there. But we'll start here before I start moving.
Australia does sound beautiful. I also want to see a Great Barrier Reef before it disappears because it's dying. Folks don't know. We got to take care of our planet, people. Any recommendations for lenses photographing birds, and how much zoom do you need?
That's like I mean, you could ask several different photographers and they'll give you a different answer. But like me particularly, like whatever you can afford is going to be the best zoom that you're going to need. I don't like really gassing up gear. Like obviously the gear I like it, but I also don't think that you particularly need anything. I would say if you could stick to like 200 or more, that'd probably be really good for you, depending on the type of camera you have. Because like full frame lenses, not to be too technical, but a full frame lens, if you have a 200 or more equivalent on a full frame versus like a micro sensor, which is a smaller sensor and usually cheaper camera, uh, the crop factor makes it effectively like a longer reach. So it kind of depends on what camera you got, but the most obviously, I mean, I'm sorry if that's not answering the question. I'm using a 100 to 400, so but that's not like necessary. You know?
And would you change anything about your setup if you're trying to get a imagery of the owls, the nocturnal owls?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the lens that I have to specifically get photos of them, I'd have to at first I'd have to like find where they are, but then the lens that I have is not really great. It's not a fast lens, so I mean it's a very nice lens, but for like low light settings, it's not really going to excel at that. So I would think I'd particularly need a faster like lens with like a quicker aperture, but it depends. I mean, you might very well do just fine with this, or someone else might very well do just fine with it. I think I would try first and then maybe switch if I needed to.
Gotcha. This is a fun question. Aisha asked, "What time do birds go to bed?"
I don't know, cause the Pika Pikas out here, they be going. They like, yo, we was going to this. We was going to the city the other day. Well, the city, and it was like 9 o'clock, and the Pika Pika was like walking down the street, and I was the only one in the car. Like, yo, y'all don't see this bird just outside at nighttime? But it wasn't as interesting to me. I mean, as everyone else says it was to me. But I mean, I thought they'd go to bed when there's no light, but clearly, homeboy had something else to do. So it depends.
Gotcha. Do you have a favorite bird photo that you have taken? What details are birders looking for in a photo?
Um, Damn, that's a nice one. I just took some photos. I've been going to that same spot that was in the video, the Rio Terre, and I have this really nice photo. Well, to me, of this great cormorant, which is a big bird. If you're familiar with what a like great blue heron looks like, they're like slightly smaller, and they are. I'd want to say they're like smaller vultures, but not so ugly looking. They've got long necks like herons and whatnot, but they're just not that big. They're like a miniature version of it. I'm trying to like think of something that's like more commonly seen, but yeah, I was like just walking from the trail, that same trail, and they happened to be like hanging out in between these two trees, and I was just like, this is awesome. Like I'm gonna stay here now, and then I ended up taking some cool photos.
That is awesome. You'll have to come to Pittsburgh. We got some eagles that are here, and they have like a nest, and birders be hanging out there all the time. It's actually along a bike trail. So
That's what's up.
yeah. But can you share how you got into birding?
So I started like riding less and less because like cycling kind of was like trash after a while, and like no shots. Like I was just like, this is boring as hell. And then I like started riding like more by myself, just like not trying to be competitive or like stats wise.
Mm-hmm.
And I started like riding with a camera. I actually got like this really good camera strap that made riding with a camera comfortable. Because before I would take it out every now and then, but then I think even Aisha remembers like I'd be like, I wanted to kind of take my camera, but this thing is kind of cumbersome. And once I got like a camera strap system, it just became naturally easier to just ride. And then once I was like riding more just with the camera on me, I was kind of like, y'all could go do your thing. I'm just gonna look at these birds. And then it was like, I think it started like I ended up like riding with this group out here, and they were like, "Come do this ride," and I was like, "Nah, I want to go like take photos of birds." And then they like kind of went with me, which was cool. And then I was like, "Well, now I'm just gonna only do this because it's dope." So it just became a habit after that.
Question from the chat. What advice and tips do you have for people who are just starting to bird?
Just starting to bird. Just be patient, you know. Don't rush it. Like for me, I was like, I wasn't so intimidated to try to learn everything at once, but I know that that can be a thing, like having to like know all the things and dial and everything immediately. But cool thing about birds is they live in their own lives, you know. So if you're a people watcher, then you already like know what to do. Like, yeah, if you ever like been in Union Square in the city and you're just sitting there on the stairs watching people go past, it's the same concept. Like, just you're just chilling and taking in your whole environment, which is like it kind of forces you to chill, which could be a good thing if you need it. Maybe not so much for me, but I just like doing it anyway. So, yeah.
What have you learned about yourself from doing this?
Y'all hit me with these like thoughtful questions. Yeah. But what I learned about myself, I really like birds. Like I'll be like talking to them like they people, which is kind of crazy. But I talk to my dog like he hear me. So I don't know. I like the more I like hang out with birds, and which already sounds kind of crazy, but the more I'm out there chilling, the more I like give them like personalities, you know, like, oh, these type of birds do this thing, like which or like with the pika pikas, like they're like little mischievous homies to me, you know, which is cool because like you actually do see personalities in animals, and I start to like take into account how I treat animals more, you know, like not just birds, you know.
Thank you for sharing that. Another person from the audience wants to know, what's the strap that you're using to carry your camera on?
Oh man, it's my bad. I don't even have it on me, but oh, I got it right here. It's a Riley strap. It's just like a stabilizer strap. So I have two different like camera straps that I use that you would just attach to your camera, or you could just use the camera strap that comes with your camera. But you want me to show it? It's awkward, but shout outs to Marty. He just gifted me this camera strap. But the Riley strap is like a stabilizer strap that you would if you have it slung over you, the Riley strap goes on the other side, so your camera is not moving around, if that makes sense. So it's like you look like you're in a harness, but the camera is just attached to your back, essentially. And then, but it's snug, so like I could be like going down a descent, and the camera's not gonna move.
So is that RILLIE?
Yes, RILLE.
Okay, thank you.
That's what you said? No.
I just want to confirm for people who might want to Google it.
Yeah, it's some, I believe it's some dude in Germany, which I'm not sponsored by them at all, but I will say the customer service was amazing because something happened with the shipping, and he was like, "Yo, I'll just send you another one. It's cool." And then he didn't even charge me for it. And then the other one came because customs, I guess, decided to do work. So then I had two, and I was like, "Yo, my guy, like, I want to pay you for the second one." It actually just showed up, and he was like, "Nah, it's cool." But I was like, "That's dope." And his like, this was back then. He might be completely different now, but he was like, his grandmother was the one doing the sewing. I was like, "That's dope as hell." Him and his grandma out here making straps. He could have been lying to me too, so don't be running telling people this, but that's just the conversation we had. So I don't know.
Well, this is recorded, so
Yeah.
It's out
So
on the
Riley, if
internet.
you're seeing this, I hope he wasn't lying.
Okay. So what else would you say is your favorite part about birding?
Favorite part about burning is, I mean, the more you like learn different types and you can identify birds faster, it's kind of exciting, you know. Like I gave that little about cars. I mean, I was always into cars. I'll always be into cars, but like it's a little excessive at times. But I think the thing with like nature and birds is like identifying what this bird does versus like where this other bird will go or be or what this bird likes to eat is pretty cool. But I think the coolest thing about what I've learned from birding is like the whole backyard birding aspect of it. Like that world is amazing. Like if you don't want to leave your house and you actually have like space or the capacity to just backyard bird, like just do that. Like I was obsessed with birding, specifically backyard birding, and that's what like opened me up to like going here and going out there. Like to the point where like Aisha was like making fun of me, like stalking the windows of the house. But backyard birding is dope because like you actually do get like a little Airbnb set up with birds coming through like every day. So it's dope.
Oh, okay, that is dope. Are there any other resources that you found to be really helpful that you could share with the folks here?
I didn't have in that video any pamphlets, but before like I had any of this stuff, we used to road trip a lot, and every time you stop at like a welcome center, they have the best like pre-printed stuff you could pick up, and it's usually just like old folks checking it out, which is unfortunate because it's free, it's for everyone. Like usually when you like come through and just use the bathroom, it'll be a little welcome center with that one person at the booth. Just go talk to them, or you don't even have to talk to them if that's not your thing. But they would know a lot also, and them pamphlets are like amazing. Like they're detailed usually. So I can't speak for every state, but the places I've seen, like, it's been it's been useful. Like specifically, shout outs to Virginia. They have some amazing welcome centers for like things to do. And I don't know if that's because of the what is it, the Blue Coast Highway? What's that highway that goes down?
Blue Ridge.
Blue Ridge, yeah, Blue Ridge. But I don't know if it's because of that and that's such a tourist attraction, but the stuff that you can find is really helpful.
Yeah. Oh, do you have any apps?
Apps wise, I mean, everyone, like when I first got into birding, you know, everybody be like, use this, use that. To be honest with you, I only mess with Merlin Bird. Like, I don't see the point of downloading more than one app. I mean, not saying you can't have it. I just don't want to have mad apps. But Merlin does everything for me. And they just updated for that sound ID thing. So I was like, I'm good with this. But I did have eBird. I had some National Geographic's joint before this. And then it was just a lot going back and forth between the two.
Sweet. And I think this was a question from the audience. What kind of car would a Pika Pika be?
A car with a Pika Pika B is definitely going to be a Maxima. A lot of Nissan energy coming from Pika Pikas. If you know, you know. That's what I'm saying about that. But definitely Pika Pika is pulling up in the Maxima to the party. And you already know what happened. Maximas.
Are there any other barriers that you found when you started out that you've overcome?
For me specifically, like it's kind of I'm not gonna front. It's kind of like lonely because like you start doing something like group riding like all the time, especially like you start in New York City, and then everybody's like, "What the hell are you doing? Like going out taking trips by yourself to the woods to go take photos of birds? Like it's kind of whack." And then you'd be like, "Damn, that's what you see." But I mean, that's what they see. So I get it. But at the same time, like, you just got to like forget all that and just do what you want to do because you clearly want to do it. The crazy thing is, like, 9 times out of 10, you start doing something, then people will actually accept that that's what you're doing. You know, like the first time you're like, I'm gonna play ball. They're like, you don't play ball, shut up. And then you keep doing it, and now you play ball. All of a sudden, it's accepted. You know, it's like anything else.
So now that you live across the pond, have you discovered any birding community over there or online, or how have you delved into that deeper?
Yeah. There's quite a few people that like bird out here, like hard body. And I like was introduced to some other birders through some cyclists out here, which was cool. I mean, everyone's like a pro cyclist out here, and that's like neither here nor there for me, but they happen to also be birders, which is cool. So like we have like this little WhatsApp group going, and like the other day he was like, "Yo, I just seen." I'm like, it doesn't matter what bird it is, but he's like telling me about this bird, and I was like, "That's crazy," because it was a rare bird. And then I was like, "Drop that location because I need that." But like, he'd be like catching some stuff, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you could look at birding like, I guess it's like the original Pokemon. Like, so all y'all be gassing Pokemon. Like, I never got into that, but birds are real, so like, you could do that, you know.
True. And I have a final question. Do you have any social accounts that you enjoy following for birding specifically?
Yes. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to like remember this dude's name, but I'm really bad. And I just was talking about it, and that's messed up. But I will like try to like give it to Aisha or something. But it's what is it? Auburn Society? That's a dope one. But like I feel like Audubon. Like the highway? Audubon?
Yeah.
I know it's not spelled the same, but it sounds like it, you know. I know they spell it completely different. Like you ain't gotta tell me that, but they sound like Audubon. So I'm gonna say Audubon like the highway. But yeah, that joint is dope. I found somebody sent me this I should have had this prepared, my bad. But somebody sent me this like IG account where you could like send a photo of a bird and then like they'll put it on stuff. Like they'll put it on a hat, they'll put it on a cup. I think it was like the coolest thing in the world. But there's like now that I'm doing this enough, like people will just be like randomly like, "Yo, you seen this account?" I'd be like, "Nah," and then it would be some craziness, man. But it's cool, you know.
Yeah, the hive mind really do be dropping the gems. I mean, the internet is undefeated, right?
Yeah.
But thank you, Will, for sharing your perspective. We appreciate you and everything that you bring to the world. It was great to have you and the insight. I'm going to turn it over to Zaral for the next presentation. Skirt, skirt.
Hey, yo, that was mad interesting, and Will is hilarious. So thank you, Will, for everything you offered us, your perspective. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Next, we finna get crafty, artsy fartsy with it. We have Build a Bike Collage workshop with Kahari Blackburn. We're dropping the PDF that Kahari created for this workshop in the chat. Remember, y'all will need paper, scissors, and glue, kind of like we in kindergarten again. It's going to be super fun. But a little bit about Kahari. He is an artist and cyclist from the South Side of Chicago. Shout out to South Side of Chicago always. He loves working in and with the community around different activities, such as group bike rides, skateboard lessons, bicycle mechanics, and public art. So please enjoy this next workshop with him.
How's it going, y'all? My name is Kahari Blackburn. I'm an artist and entrepreneur from the south side of Chicago. Very excited to be here and lead this workshop. Pretty much we'll be building bikes with printed out bike parts, as well as any other art materials that you may have laying around are totally welcome. The original idea for this project came from an activity I did with some young people at Blackstone Bicycle Works, which is pretty much a youth program that teaches kids bicycle mechanics. So if you made it to the Abundance Summit last year, you got to meet my good friend and brother Keywan Smith. And yeah, I'm definitely super happy to be here. I'm a big fan of a lot of people that are a part and excited to meet y'all, and thank you for participating with this activity. Also, big shout out to Sam Scipio, my big sis, who invited me to lead this. So, without any further ado, let's get into it. So many. I feel like that scene from Forrest Gump, where Bubba Gump is naming all the different kinds of shrimp, because as someone who loves bikes, there's so many styles that I don't know that well, or I'm always learning that exist. So for this example, I just wanted to show y'all a couple different ones. Bikes, not Air Force Ones. That is a different Summit. So the first thing I pulled up is just a pretty simple commuter bike. We see that there is 2 1/4 people traveling on it. So it must be a pretty sturdy bike, but looks relaxed enough to ride around through the city. On the contrary, we have 2 very decked out, adorned, and eclectic bikes. Their geometries being relatively relaxed and almost cruiser-like, but we see they took a lot of time to make it using materials and colors and things that they were just excited about. Not necessarily being very functional, but definitely being very aesthetically beautiful. We see 2 bikes that are race-oriented and a lot more aggressive in their geometry. Aisha and Sam both being leaned over and able to go really, really, really fast. So that definitely is a perk of a go fast bike. And even though the bikes we see above are not the fastest of bikes, they for sure can carry a lot and are very strong bikes. The one on the left being more traditional pedicab, and the one on the right being more like a cargo bike that you would see the paletas man or any bike merchant kind of using. And lastly, I had to throw the Major in there as an example of a track bike or a fixed geared bike with no brakes. All right, so step 1, we'll make sure to print out our PDF. This packet pretty much has a bunch of different bike parts, such as frames, your drivetrain, your brakes, your fork, the style of handlebar you might like, different accessories that you could put on the bike, and then of course like tires and wheels. So you'll also maybe want to have some art materials. This I just keep around. It has pencils, colored pencils, maybe a glue stick, maybe some scissors, tape, and a white sheet of paper to get started on. As you try and think about what bike you may want to make, you can think about what kind of bike riding you're going to do with it. If you want it to go really far, if you want it to go really fast, or if you just want it to like hold a lot of weight. Thing about going through the frame sheet is you could take the time to explain to people what the purpose of different frames might be. So even though I chose a a step through kind of geometry and shape. I think that because my mother's older, she may not always want to hop over the top tube as she would have to do with maybe a single speed or road kind of style frame. Particularly because this art cart we're going to share, it's not just my bike, so we'd want to make it very easily adjustable, easy for anybody to ride. But alternative choices are more of a mountain bike style, or like a foldable bike with the seat real high here, and like, you know, you put your handlebars up there. So these are 4 options, but of course, if you have something else that comes to mind, feel free to try your hand at drawing it. So yeah, we're gonna get started with the step through, which I colored pink. Next up, we're gonna make a fork choice. Depending on the terrain that we're riding this on, this is Chicago. Streets are relatively flat, so I don't really think I need much suspension. And maybe someone else could give me a different perspective on this. Maybe we'll go with some suspension actually. So I'm gonna choose this fork on the furthest right to put on the bike, and choosing that because there's gonna be a lot of weight, and I guess this would help compensate in terms of if we go over any bumps or anything like that. Also, the angles of these things may not always look picture perfect, but either you can use your creative freedom or you can draw it yourself. For me, I'm gonna just go ahead and like place that under or something like that. Right, yeah, we're gonna sit that fork in there. Bye-ya. So yeah, in order for your space, we don't know exactly what we're gonna need just yet. But I'll cut a slit in this fork so we can sneak a wheel through. All right, now that we got a frame and we got a fork, let's look towards what tires and wheels we might want. So on this setup, there's maybe 3 options here. One being mags, one being, you know, a spoke setup. I don't know what these patterns are. Maybe they're a triple cross. Maybe this is like a radial double cross. They look really weird and wild. But the other thing outside of that is less nerdy is like, what is your tire choice? So bigger, bumpier, maybe you want thinner, something lighter. For this, I'm gonna go with a more rugged tire. Cut that joint out. My favorite way to do this bike might be sitting more upright. With such a wide load, I don't think I'd want to be bent over at all. I wouldn't want that aggressive of a stance. Instead, I want to be able to look up, make sure not to hit anything. If I'm traveling with a much bigger load, I would probably want to pay more attention to my proximity and other things. So I'm gonna sit upright on this joint. I would even go as hard as the cruiser handlebar, some BMX, something like that, but maybe let's just do the upright joint. Only is it a pair of handlebars, but there's also a stem that you would connect to the fork, which comes up through the frame, and then you put that on top. So your handlebars also decide oftentimes what style of lever you're gonna have. So maybe since handlebars is usually a pretty big aesthetic choice for people, and then the brakes come after, I'm gonna do it in that order. I think on a heavy bike like this, I am going to choose disc brakes. So there's some disc brakes right here. The style of lever might be a brifter kind of thing, or a pull down lever. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut out them little disc brakes. This comes with the rotor and the caliper, which is kind of cool. Maybe we'll put that on top of the fork like that. But yeah, whether it looks realistic or not doesn't really matter so much. More or less just, you know, playing around with how many different options you can have in your build, and the different components is always nice to learn about. Put that on top. And then I only have one brake lever, but for now, whatever. Let's just throw it up there. Get the point. Oh, it's the wrong direction, so maybe we'll draw these on. Yeah, we'll draw this thing on. Flip it upside down. I'm gonna just draw this. Boom, we got a pink brake lever. Pink brake lever, let's see. Let's see what it's hitting for. Oh yeah, it's looking crispy, looking clean. I still don't have a seat post or a seat. And I also don't have a drivetrain to get me anywhere. So maybe, yeah, let's think about that real quick. All right, y'all, build number 2. This was inspired by a kid that I take to school in the morning, who throughout the winter I've been driving, but as spring, summer approaches, I keep thinking about like, what kind of build could I make in order to get him to school safely? It's only about 4 miles away from me, so it's not that long of a ride, but being able to do it safely with his parents, you know, consent and affirmation, I think I've been thinking like, this would be a fun thing to work on right now. So as in the paper freak style version of it, I just took a single speed frame, road bike frame, Clydesdale fork to maybe put some storage on the front, center pull brakes, a basket, some 8 hanger handlebars. Didn't choose what the lever would be here, but you know, 1x with a little cassette on the back, and 2 different ways to take a kid. You know, this is more traditionally for like babies. This kid's about like 10 years old, so like maybe the trailer is the best way to go. So yeah, I suggest cutting them all out so you can move them around and configure and have fun. And then I'm gonna do my cooking show trick and do the time lapse on me putting it together. Sick. So yeah, that's the workshop. The two builds that I made. One is the Kid Mobile that I said would be something that I would love to be able to use come spring, summertime to get one of the shorties that I give a ride to school in the morning to school. And second, got the art cart. So primarily this function would be to transport paint and mural materials to different mural sites and mural locations. And voila, that is the end of the workshop. Thank you so much for joining and participating. Hope that this idea can be used with any groups that you all are working with or any young people that you're working with. And feel free to follow me and my brother's project at naziboychicago.com or on Instagram for updates.
How's it going, Eli? So thank you all for watching that video. I'm gonna try and get my camera set up focused on the collage. But I'm maybe gonna start by showing you all this children's book that I really like. It's called Go Bikes Go, and I just thought it had some good inspirations in terms of images you could make. You also definitely could use any photographs you have. I think it definitely is a very forgiving medium, and particularly because you're cutting out paper, the color and line kind of work together, and you don't have to always worry about if you're a good drawer or anything like that. So the images from Go Bikes Go that I like is this one right here. They're riding a tandem, and they're, it's kind of like a landscape shot with some trees and water and road in the background. So I'm gonna reinterpret that and do it kind of in a style that I really like. Actually, not using the PDF this time, but if you had a chance to download the PDF, feel free to use this next 20 minutes to make a piece. I know I talked relatively fast and kind of went through that, but I hope you get the gist and are able to kind of mess around and play with it yourself. So yeah, I will get started. I cheated a little bit and kind of got some of these shapes and other things ready, but I'm going to just disappear that and start from scratch. Try and make this not so top heavy. Okay, maybe that will work. Can I get my image in? Okay. So I'm probably just get started with a blue piece of paper. The way that I did it in the videos is just really on a white sheet of paper. I used marker primarily for those and the PDF cutouts. So those ended up coming out like this. So feel free, to use the parts that exist in the PDF. think it's a really easy way to cheat the drawing process. But for this next one I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna just kind of freestyle and cut them out of paper. This was the other one I made using the PDF. I might play some music. Let's see. All right. So as according to this image, we got a road. So that was one of the first things that I cut out. Put that road in there. Then we have some green for some grass. And 2 trees. I feel like Black Bob Ross right now. But the collaging has been a really fun thing for me. I typically do a bunch of faces. But because this is the Black Abundance Summit, and there are a lot of bike advocates and cyclists on the call, I thought this would be a cool activity for us to do. So for the first set, got a bike frame. This is more of a mountain bike style joint, which I have never actually mountain biked before, but the bikes always look so cool, and maybe one day we'll make that happen. So same fork as I chose in the video. That is a drivetrain with a front rear derailleur. Then get 2 tires. Maybe on this one we'll make a person on the bike. I think it's definitely easier to just do the bike and not always include people, because sometimes drawing faces isn't all of our best work, but maybe we'll mess around with it. Here in Chicago, there's a lot of off season, and so I'm super excited about the Zwift tutorial coming up today, because I think my bike riding definitely slows down a lot in the winter, even though there's some pretty dedicated people that get out and commute all year round. I have been one of those people before, but after I bought a car, I think I definitely slowed down. So Zwift, here we come. Okay, did my fork trick again. Cutting a slit. And we have the start. We have the start of a bike build. Some handlebars. And one thing I did like about the handlebar sheet is that you can pretty much see a bunch of different names of styles, and I think there's so many that I don't know, which was also helpful. So yeah, this activity is in the same way that it is about channeling creativity. I think it's a good one to also try and learn or try and just stay up on. So all of these images pretty much were pulled from Google. Maybe I did sometimes a little bit of tracing just so that the shapes could be colored in, but for the most part, yeah, you can find all of these images, and if you ever wanted to add to the PDF that I started, totally welcomed. I think kids find this activity pretty fun, and haven't done it with. This will be the first time I'm doing it with older folks, but excited to see how y'all feel about it as well. Some handlebars. Depending on how nerdy you are about bicycle gear and bicycle builds, I think you could really get specific. Bike seat. And also, if there's things that you don't have maybe to just cut out, feel free to just draw it on. I know in the art cart that I built, one thing I ran into was that the bars weren't to scale of what I thought the frame should be. So I ended up ditching the ones that I cut out, and I just drew these like real wide handlebars. gonna double check my reference image again, see if there's anything that Go Bikes Go had that I'm missing. I think I might throw some birds in here for William. There's maybe a boat or like some clouds that we could also throw in there. Maybe draw those. So get started with the gluing. And so based on layers, of course, the things that are going to be underneath, we will glue first. I'm pretty sure all these materials can be found at like Walgreens, Office Depot. That's also one thing I like about it. It's not necessarily like oil paint or materials that are hard to find. Also never done this outdoors, but I'm sure this is kind of an easy thing you could kind of take with you. I know there are a lot of outdoor adventurists on the call. Yeah, I'm curious what y'all do in times that y'all are not biking. Probably sleeping, resting, eating. We'll see. I'm supposed to take some longer rides coming up this summer, so I'll try and bring some art stuff. Glue stick is at the end. I think we'll make it work. We'll get through this. Okay, got a background, landscape background, boom, boom. So I thought it was just a little bit more interesting than the white background that I did on the other two, but now we will get the bike started. Sometimes with gluing these things, you have to figure out what the best order of operations is. One thing can be nice is just connecting them briefly, and then always you could go back and then add more. Okay, so I got that shape pretty much ready, and then I'll just flip it, do the whole thing. use the top maybe to squish this down. Boom, with the BMX bars. I think we have a bike. Oh, no pedals though. Do people clip in the mountain bikes? They must clip in. Okay. So now, depending on how much time I have, we'll get into a person. My person is way too tall. Maybe need one more sheet of paper. Some situations, yeah, you might have to. I suggest always waiting to glue to the end because your image can change, and you might want to switch the orientation of some things. In this case, we're just gonna go a little bigger, a little better.
Well, thank you, Kahari. We appreciate the video and the live making of the bikes. Now it's time for some question and answer. Big question. Did you create these images for the PDF and are they for sale for folks to download?
Good question. Zara, can you hear me? I'm just making sure that my connection.
I can hear you. Yep.
All right. They are not. It really is just for fun. And just to pass it along. As I kind of mentioned in the video, the idea kind of came from an activity I did with some kids. And this was kind of the second time I've done it, but I thought it'd be a fun way to hang out and spend a little time this morning.
Yeah, I think it worked. I think it's a good activity for all ages. So thank you for that. Can you tell us about your process of getting into the arts and working with youth?
Cool. Yeah, my mom is a muralist, and pretty much in the house, it was just always a thing that was kind of a part of the family culture. So still to this day, we kind of, even though whether someone's a photographer, someone's an illustrator, we're always just trying to figure out ways to kind of work together and make things together. So mural making is really the emphasis of our stuff, but I've been doing a lot more of these collages and hope to continue with this practice as well.
That's really awesome. So it's a family affair, and it started as such, and it still is a family affair.
Yep.
That's what's up. What a great way to bond. What does a typical day in your life look like?
It's at the moment it's cut in two halves. So the earlier half of the week, I kind of am an artist, and then the other half of the week, I'm like wrenching. I'm working in the shop that Sam actually used to work in, and so yeah, it's interesting. I just really do bikes and art right now, which has been really fun. Particularly being able to just work with my body, work with other people. The social spaces that those are always really interesting. And when you get maybe tired of one, the other one can be a relief or a rescue, and then vice versa.
Yeah, sounds like good balance. Really good balance. And how does skateboarding fit into there anyway? Anywhere?
It's interesting. We were into skateboards first. So even though, like, the bike, of course, was a thing as children that we would do like outside in the neighborhood, ride around the block all day. I think in high school, when we got back into bikes, and learning that we could like kind of commute or go to different neighborhoods. There was a lot of independence that kind of came with the bike around that time, but we were already like proclaimed skateboarders. I think that the bike is just nicer on the body, and it's a thing I could do for a lot longer.
Yeah.
So I think as the years go by, I get more invested in my bike. But I have a younger brother who recently came back from Los Angeles, and he's like a complete skate rat. Like he is obsessed. And during the pandemic, that's kind of how we came up with the project that we're working on, which was just a lot of kids that were at home playing video games, and we wanted to try and make something available that would bring kids outside the house to kind of do together, even if it was maybe a little risky due to COVID. We were trying to be masked up and just be outside together, like hanging out. So skateboarding, I think for me, is always going to be a love, always be a passion. But we're trying to figure out ways that it also relates to bikes, and because there's a lot of synergies, I think.
Absolutely. And how does, I'm going a little bit off script, but I think it's important. How do Black children in the South Side of Chicago and brown children respond to seeing y'all on bikes and on skateboards, which I think is part of more popular culture now, but hasn't always been the case for them? So how are they responding?
Yeah, I think the response is amazing all the time. And it's interesting because like one thing about also this activity and going through just kind of like all the different types of bike riders or different functions of bikes, I think it's important because like when you even hear the word, like sometimes the word cyclist makes me cringe a little bit because there's just this thing you imagine, and there's like and it's like at the end of the day we just riding bikes. So it also is like trying to demystify like what our idea of that, and skateboards particularly, it kind of has this like Southern California like white boy blonde hair surfer kind of thing you assume about it, but all around the world, like Black and brown people are obsessed with riding bikes, riding skateboards as modes of transportation, as modes of fun. I've been a big fan of you for so long, and like seeing your work like online, I think always just was like, oh, you can do this with it, you can do that with it. And I would say that that's a kind of similar relationship to maybe what kids and like seeing us. I think it just opens like ideas and imagination about like who you can be, what you could do, XYZ.
Well, thank you. And that's absolutely the case. It's amazing what bikes, and I longboard and surf a little bit, and it's amazing what these tools can do for expanding what we have, what our lives can look like. I've also worked a great deal with young people in Chicago. And so I want to know, what advice would you give to someone who wants to work with youth and bikes, but doesn't know where to start?
Good question. I think I was a young person that definitely was inspired and helped by people who maybe didn't know where to start. I think sometimes it was as simple as like we're in a playground and like someone has a skateboard, and we see them doing tricks, and you might ask them, or you see that they're interested, and so you show them how to do a trick. Whereas like in relation to bikes, letting somebody just ride on your tail, like taking somebody to downtown for the first time on the bike, and that maybe being like the longest distance that they went on, like things like that can be really like really monumental, even if they're not like in a very traditional institutional setting. Like I don't think you have to go into it trying to be like the picture perfect mentor or a teacher or any of those things. I think so much about youth work is really about being present, and any of the shorties I work with, I think me having an Instagram, a phone, and being a reliable person goes further than any of my like professionalism when it comes to working with young people. So there's a lot of different work. There's a lot of different things. I'm always inspired and finding things online. So just hit people up and try and plug in where you can. We love like having volunteers to work with us, because we don't always have the capacity or the energy, or don't always feel up for the task. So having other people that we can swap out with, or take on roles with the kids is always really nice.
And I see that your programming is run out of Boxville. Does that also expose the young people to more things that they can have access to?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I think it is not always exactly about skateboarding or bikes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's really like you kind of just building community, and those things might be the vessel. But I remember at Blackstone, like you'd have a handful of kids that were interested in being mechanics, but then some kids really wanted to like work the register, or like some kids really wanted to be greeters or host, or show people around. So it's like I think Boxville is nice because there's a lot of other Black entrepreneurs. I think I'd be meeting people, and I definitely exchange of ideas, and I'm like, oh, I never thought about that. So Boxville has definitely been nice, even though our like outside programming doesn't happen in that space. It's like a park, like kind of a stone's throw away. But we're trying to get those closer together. Do more of a container on our own near the park that we kind of do most of our programming out of.
Okay. That's good to know, just in case you start some fundraising campaigns. How do you start youth off as bike mechanics? Since they're showing an interest, what is the safest and easiest way to incorporate them in that kind of learning?
Hey, these are such sick questions. It's so cool that you got these off top.
They're not off top. The homie wrote them.
Okay. Understood. I think it starts always by them wanting you to work on their bike. I got a really good big homie, Aaron Swanton, who, it was always so amazing when like you could get Aaron to work on your bike, because you knew your bike was gonna be like top of the line. You know what I'm saying? Your brakes were gonna be like squeezing perfectly. Your bar tape might look really, really official. So I think it usually kind of starts by them seeing like maybe how you trick out your bike. I remember one of my big bike inspirations is Sam. And like seeing Sam and like Sweet Pea, I'll always be like, what? I want my bike like that. So I think, you kind of set the example. You can maybe show them a couple things on their bike. And then I think the encouraging of them to also maintain, fix their own flats, do whatever, kind of can lead somebody onto a path of being more interested. I never feel like I'm the best mechanic, but I think I'm always down to like learn or look something up or whatever it might be. So, I'm like now building wheels, which has been super fun. But it's a thing that I would never feel confident teaching that just yet. But with some time to come, some years to come, I think I'll be super fire at it.
It seems like it's it allows the brain to work in a way that it's problem solving at the end of the day. And so it's like, I have this problem, how do I fix it? And can become really empowering, not only for young people, but for the adults watching it happen. So I think the space that they have to just have access to working on their bikes is really important. So thank you for making that space available. What's the best way to carry a skateboard on a bike?
Oh, this is one we're always trying to figure out. There is a park that is about like 6 miles away from my house, and like my goal has been to like put the board on my bike, go skate for a little bit, and then like ride back. Now along these rides, I'm like always trying to figure out what is the best way to do it. The one go-to everybody does is they put the skateboard in between a backpack. So you like basically lodge, and you put maybe the skateboard like grip tape down on your back, and then use the straps to kind of hold the skateboard down. On longer rides, that is pretty uncomfortable for me. So what I tend to do is like I have a front rack and I just bungee the skateboard to the front rack, and that has been the coolest. But there are some like product designers that have made some joints where you can like attach it to a back rack. But for some reason, I just like looking at things in front of me more than I like carrying them behind me.
It's on a pizza rack.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, how do you do your longboard?
I don't do the combination because I haven't figured it out. But it's kind of genius because it would preserve energy if I rode a bike to go skateboard somewhere. So thank you for that. I do like the setup of surfboards on bikes, and that's one of my dreams, is to live in a place where I can have that little surfboard rack and be riding a bike to the beach. So, but thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. We love watching you do your thing and bringing us joy with crafts. It was very nostalgic to watch, and I'm excited and want to talk to you offline about utilizing your resources. So thank you. Next, we're going to learn how to Zwift. So I heard you mention that too. So we're about to learn a little bit of that. Y'all know that Zwift is sponsoring this event, and we are excited to share that all attendees will receive a free 1-month trial, whether you're new or seasoned to Zwift. You can benefit from this tutorial as Shay and Aisha show me the ropes on how to get started and what cool features Zwift has to offer.
All right, y'all, welcome. It's been a very informative session. Thank you to Kahari and Zara for that. I really wish that dialogue between y'all was a little longer. Like, that conversation was getting juicy, and I like wanted to really get in there and ask more questions. But
I was there for it too.
Yeah, but now, how does Zwift? So let's talk about Zwift. Aisha is very seasoned at Zwift. I'm not as seasoned as she is, but we're doing this together. We give it to God and our experience. And
Damn. Can you hear Devin yelling and laughing in the background? Oh, so good. Hey, do it.
So I've heard of Zwift, but I don't really know what it is. So could y'all break that down for me?
All right. So I know that we have a script, but I'm not following it. Sorry, Devin. I'll follow it loosely. But basically, Zwift is an app, like a virtual app that you can ride bikes, you can run. It's for runners, cyclists, and triathletes. And you can train indoors, like you can train at home, but you can connect with people from all over the world. So it functions very much like a video game where your bike is the controller, and you have a little avatar, and you can see yourself riding, and you can make your avatar look like you, and you can pick all these different worlds. It's really great. But it's basically an app for runners, cyclists, and triathletes who can connect with other people around the world. So I can ride with Shay, even though I'm in Spain and she's in Pittsburgh. It's really cool.
How would I get started?
All right. So I mostly ride a road bike. I have ridden my gravel bike on Zwift. I've never put my mountain bike on Zwift, but all you really need is a bike, a trainer or some sort of trainer-like device, and a connective device like a laptop or an iPad, Apple TV, or smartphone. Huge suggestion to get a fan as well. So whenever I lead a Zwift ride, I make a really corny joke because I love making really corny jokes. And I always say that I have my biggest fan with me. Don't worry, I'll laugh at my own jokes. It's fine. But yes, you want as big of a fan as you can find, because riding indoors, you get really, really hot really fast. But yeah, that's what you need, basically.
Yeah, so most folks do use the road bike, but you can use other bikes, hybrids, mountain bikes, and smart bikes. There is a larger cost of entry for smart bikes. So if you don't know what that is, don't worry. It's definitely a higher end model. It's kind of like a indoor bike that you would just ride like a YMCA or something, but it has tech and stuff attached to it so that it can communicate with the computer and things like that. But it's really low entry if you're thinking about other equipment to use. You can use rollers. You can use the rollers where only the front, I think Feedback makes one where your fork kind of goes in and then your back tire is spinning, which is nice because you don't necessarily need a smart trainer to do that. I personally have a Wahoo kicker. They are not paying me to say that. I did pay for that full price. That's not an ad, but it is phenomenal. I haven't had any issues, but if I do, I will be talking to Wahoo tech support if I do. And it's been really useful for keeping me motivated in the winter because I live in Pittsburgh and it's definitely cold and yucky outside in the winter. So it definitely keeps me motivated.
I have old school rollers. Would that work with Zwift?
Yeah, you could. Okay, so during the pandemic, I got really bored of everything. And so to make it more interesting, I started Zwifting on my rollers. And basically, if you have a speed and cadence monitor, you can do it. My bike has a power meter on it. So you just need a way for the computer or device to track you. So it has some sense of effort and movement. And I think I connected mine to I had a heart rate strap and a power meter. And I think my SRAM system also does cadence and all of that other stuff. So my bike had already the things I needed in order to just get on the rollers. But if you don't have all those built-in capabilities, then you can get a speed and cadence from like a bike shop, and that's all you need. Yeah. As long as it can connect to the device. So that's a really important thing to remember. Like some things connect via Bluetooth and some things connect via ANT plus, like ANT plus. And you have to make sure that whatever device, like laptop, iPad, whatever you're using, will connect to the bike apparatus that you're using. So back in the day, before I had the smart trainer and all the fun tech, I had just the speed and cadence sensor that was ANT plus, but you can purchase, it's like a tiny little USB ANT plus reader adapter, and you just plug it into your USB port on your computer, and then it can read ANT plus. And that's how I was Zwifting back in the day.
There it is. There it is. So how do I got my trainer, I got my bike, I got all the little things that I need to make sure it's connected. How do I actually run the program?
You want me to take that, Shay?
Yeah, sorry. Yes. So once you got all that dialed in, you have your app, and that runs off of a smartphone, a iPad or tablet. It has to be recent, and also the Apple TV, which can connect to an actual television, is how you can run the program. And definitely, if you're depending on how old your phone is or computer or tablet, check the FAQs, frequently asked questions, on Zwift.com to make sure that things are compatible before getting started. This is super useful. You definitely want to set aside a little bit of time if you have all the toys and accoutrements that you test things before you have an event. I've oftentimes started something and maybe something wasn't connected properly or update wasn't done. So just make time to set those things up. But you can check the Apple Store or Google Play to download the app on any of your devices. And if you are running it on a somewhat older laptop, just being mindful that the RAM to run it can sometimes slow your device down. So just make sure you've done a bit of cleaning and housekeeping on your device to make sure that it won't drag or lag your stuff and shut it down. Because the worst thing is when you're in the middle of Zwifting and you're trying to beat somebody for a sprint, you're gonna go.
So see, it could be that, or you didn't plug your stuff in. It also uses a lot of energy, and I am famous for not charging my devices. So when I'm Zwifting, I try to make sure it's plugged in, not just charged, but plugged in, especially the older stuff because they drain significantly faster. And that is, not the move.
Big ouch. All right, so I got my apps, got my gear set up. Do I just hit start and it gets popping or what?
So you do need a Zwift account, and because you guys are all here, or because y'all are all here, you get 1 free month of Zwift if you registered for the summit. But you do need an account to log into Zwift. And when you log in, you can connect all your devices, and they have they won't let you log in without connecting your devices or without a prompt to help you connect your devices. And then once you get to that point, you can select from one of 3 worlds on any given day. Now, the workaround for that is, we can talk about it later, but if you create your own little group ride with friends, you can choose any world. But if you're riding by yourself and you just want to jump in, you can only select from the three worlds that are present for that day. But there's a calendar available to you on the thing that will tell you what worlds you can choose from at any given moment. And you choose the world, and then you just start to go.
Yeah. Sure. And another tip that I usually that I do is I make sure I use an old towel to cover the cockpit of my bike. Cockpit being the handlebars, the stem area, because as you're sweating, if that's something, if you work hard enough, then the sweat will drip down into your your bike top tube. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And it'll cause corrosion to your equipment, and you don't want that because it can be really expensive to replace things like that. And if you're someone who doesn't have a basement like I do, I just drip right on the floor in the basement. I just let it go, and then I just wash it with some hot water and soap, every once in a while. So anyway, but if you are doing it in your apartment, you're trying to protect your floors and your carpets, make sure you put a towel down, and then if it's a carpet or something, you want to make sure whatever's underneath the towel is going to collect the sweat, because that'll drip down and mess up your floor, and it'll be gross, and you don't want that in your life.
So I have a confession. I have made that mistake, both mistakes actually, but there was when I first started doing a full season of training on a bike on an indoor trainer. I was not aware of that and never cleaned off the top tube, never put a towel down. It was absolutely disgusting. And I actually, the underside of my top tube corroded from my sweat. So don't be me, learn from my mistakes, use a towel.
You're out here working real hard.
I was working very hard, and I am filled with shame. But I learned a lot of things the hard and expensive way on this journey.
No shame, no shame. Experiences.
I feel like we're getting sidetracked.
But that was pro tips, because that'll cost you money, and everybody got the coins like that. I can't afford to be replacing whole bikes. What?
No. Do you have any other questions, Zara?
Nah, it seems like a lot of cool stuff going on there. I'm excited to explore, and I really appreciate y'all sharing.
Sweet. I think it'd be cool to talk about some of the additional features, now that you have the basic understanding of how to get Zwifting. So I mentioned you log in and you can choose from the world. The other function you can do is you can like see who's riding, especially if you are friends with them, and you can choose to ride with them. And you can make friends and do a lot of that connectivity because there's an app for your phone. So it's called the Zwift Companion app, and you download it on the Google Play or Apple App Store. That's what it's called, right? And it's pretty much like a remote control for Zwift. So you can control Zwift from the phone, right? There you go. And you can use it to chat with people who are also in Zwift. You can use it to give people ride-ons. You can use it to see the stats from your ride. You can use it to control your workout. So there's also a function. So I use it because there's a function called erg mode. And basically what erg mode does on a smart trainer is if you have like a power set that you want to do on a workout, it'll force you to do that power. So sometimes I'll turn on, I call them the robots, and it'll force me to do that power, but you can turn that on and off from the app on your phone. Because sometimes I'm like, this is too much. I need to just do this. I don't need the robot's help. But you can also take pictures on Zwift. So they've got a bunch of different camera angles. And you can like get your avatar from like, you can get from the front, the side view, there's like a helicopter drone view, but you can take pictures and then, put them up on your Instagram story so people know you did a thing. It's not going outside, but it's still riding and it counts. Okay.
It counts. And you are not new to this. You are true to it. Been there.
Tell them.
Sounds like there's a lot of variety in what Zwift offers. That's good to hear.
Yeah, and one thing I do like about your avatar is definitely like a video game person. If anyone plays any RPGs, role-playing games, it's similar to that where you get to adjust your person, and you can choose however you want that person to represent. And you can change your skin color. There's hair. You can pick helmet, and you can also get some eyewear. I typically will rock some Wayfarers is on my avatar. So you see me cruising some Wayfarers with on the Liv Langma, you know what I'm saying, whipping hard. On some zips. I don't got zips in real life. But yeah. And also you can swag out with different gear, sock height. If you like the low ankle socks, then that's you. If you like the high, you can rock out and have your colors. So, and you can upgrade bikes and stuff and wheels depending on how much you ride. You accumulate drops, and drops are basically the currency that you can use to purchase things. Some things cannot be purchased though. You got to do the work. And so if you sign up for certain events, there might be cool jerseys that you get just for those events. And so that's like another thing that you could do is to expand on your closet, so you can always be looking fresh, even on online. So that's something I like to do. And you can also, the drops also add to unlocking other kits and caps and stuff like that.
I also have so my smart trainer, shout out to Zwift because they've been supporting me for a while now, and I have they sent me this fancy smart trainer here in Spain, and I was leading a ride and we went over these cobblestones and the whole thing started to rumble. And I was like, hold up, let me find out the technology.
Wow.
So yeah, I think it's a Garmin Neo. It's a Tax Neo 2T, I think it's called, but it like will simulate the terrain. So the technology, like bike technology, is wild, and like sometimes you just come across stuff that still blows your mind. But it's pretty cool, and it definitely enhances the Zwift experience. So now you're not only like having this visual of these beautiful worlds, you get to ride with people across the globe, but now you can like feel the terrain. Granted, I think folks love riding outside, but sometimes when that's not an option, it's great that you've got this like alternative. Yeah. And I mean, sometimes I'll just Zwift for the fun of it, even though I can go outside. So. But yeah, it's really, really cool. And I think it's like, I don't know if people remember the days of CompuTraining, but it is like a long way from there. Basically, you had to like go to a place and they had this like super expensive setup and there was all these like wires and stuff. You had to plug it in your bike. But now you can do this from the comfort of your home on your laptop, and it's like incredible.
It sounds like it. I'm looking forward to this free membership for a month and this whole setup. So thank you.
Yeah, I think the other thing that, I mean, I don't think everybody would use it for it, but as a professional cyclist, I spend a lot of time riding and doing workouts. And a feature that I use on Zwift a lot is the workouts feature. So my coach puts the workout plan into Training Peaks, which is an app that a lot of people use. And it'll like I sync it to Zwift and it will allow me to just select that workout and do it on Zwift. And it helps so much because like I'm a very visual person and I need something to look at. And it's nice to have like those actual visual, like I can climb what's out the Zwift. And it helps so much with the training, but I can also rope my friends into riding with me, even if we don't live in the same place. So when I lived in Decatur, I was very far from most of my friends, and I could just hit them up. I could call my friend Sam, be like, hey, you want a Zwift? And we set up our little Zwift using the companion app. I'd send her an invite. And if she didn't feel like riding hard that day, we can put on the rubber band. And the function of the rubber band is that even if I want to go hard in the paint or I need to do a workout, as long as she keeps pedaling, she'll stay with me, and vice versa. So if I'm wanting to have a chill day and Sam's trying to go hard, as long as I keep pedaling, I'll stay with her. And we don't all have to be going at the same speed. That's cool. That's my favorite feature, I think, the rubber band, for sure.
I'm gonna chime in. I actually like the rubber band too because a lot of times I ride with a lot of people who are better than me, which is, that's how you get better, is ride with people who are better. But the rubber band definitely saved me because I'll be getting dropped.
I mean, sometimes, if you like sign up for like just a general Zwift ride. So there are also events. There's always something happening on Zwift. And if you go to zwift.com/events, you can see all of the stuff that's going on, whether it be the cycling, the running, or whatever. And it could be just a group ride. It could be, sometimes there's rides. Some people have regular like club rides, but they also have Zwift races, which we have one tomorrow that we'll plug again in a second. But sometimes you join them things and then you just get popped immediately. So it's really important to make sure that you know what level you are. So they have ABC, I think E. I don't know if there's a D. I think it's just ABC. I should know this, but I don't. But E is for everybody. So if you're not trying to go hard, E is your friend.
I want that on a shirt. E is for everybody.
E is for everybody. Yeah, I feel like I've been kind of all over the place, but yeah, I think.
Yeah, and I think while you're playing Zwift, or not playing, riding in Zwift, it's definitely, you get the little tokens when you reach certain milestones, and when you get to certain like sprint point areas, or as you get to any KOMs, or cresting of a hill without gendering it. But yeah, so that's cool. And it adds to your drops. And they have this new thing where if you do events, it'll exponentially increase your amount of drops that you receive after you complete the events. And if you ride with the Zwift companions, they also add to your drops too. So if you're trying to accumulate more swag, then if you want to build that up, you do more events and ride with the Zwift companions, and you'll get way more drops faster. So that's something that's cool to know for people if they're trying to build up.
That's dope. The other feature they have is pace partners. I feel like, I don't know, somewhere along the line, I became one of those folks that's just training all the time. It's probably because I've tried to be a pro cyclist, and I'm accepting that because I see myself as like commuter fixie kid first, but you know, things happen, people grow, change is real. But pace partners, basically it's like in-game Zwift robots, and they always go at the same speed. So there's the same as the A, the B, the C, and I don't remember what they're all called. I know C is called cadence, I think. Maybe B is brevet or something, but it'll always go the same miles per hour the whole time. And you choose that in the home screen before you jump into the ride, and it'll pick you up in there, and you can just try and stick with the pace partner, and you know that they're going to be going at the same speed. And it's really good for if you just have this, you want to like have somebody to pace you and want to push yourself a little bit.
Yeah, the features sound really dope, give a lot of different variety for how to use it, and makes the experience possibly less boring than without it. So
yeah, I mean, indoor training used to be very terrible. I remember my first winter as we were in New York City, and I was actually training for that Red Hook crit, and I didn't know what the heck I was doing. But like I would just be on the trainer crying because I'm like, not only is this boring, but it's also really hard.
yeah.
And I just needed something. And Will would come in the room and be like, what is going on? But yeah, no, Zwift has been a game changer, and I yeah, it's great. I love it.
There's a new feature for clubs. I haven't used it yet. Have you?
It's very new. I think they just launched that in February or March. And basically, so before, if you wanted to ride, like create your own ride with other people, you all had to be friends, and then you'd have to set up like a scheduled ride. But now I think one person can start the club, and then you can invite people to join the club. And then people within the club can just decide to meet and ride whenever they feel like it. And you set that up on the companion app.
Swerve.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You have any other questions?
We ready to answer them. Okay.
You know, I'm gonna set it up and I'm gonna text y'all if I can't figure something out. But I think what you offered is super helpful, gave me some visuals, and I really look forward to utilizing this tool because I don't ride in the cold. So
Awesome.
All right. Well, I am gonna dip out and leave it to y'all to take us into our break. Bye.
Sweet. Thank you, Aisha.
Thanks, Aisha.
Thank you to our interpreters, and we thank Zwift for being our title sponsor for the Abundant Summit. Zwift has partnered with the Abundant Summit to offer a 30-day free code to all participants. So if you're watching this now, it's not too late. Sign up, head over onto A Quick Brown Fox and sign up for the Abundant Summit so that you can get those items. And then also, we will not be emailing you a whole bunch. We will not spam you. It will be a one-time code that you can take advantage of at your leisure. And that is a wrap, folks. And we will see y'all back here in 34 minutes. Skirt.
On 22s. We hope you all got some good grub and did some self-care for yourselves during our little break. We're back settling in for the remainder of the afternoon. And it is my extreme pleasure and thrill to announce the keynote speaker for this afternoon, a friend and comrade of mine who I've had the pleasure of biking with across the South, Jill Marie Hill. Jill Marie Hill, lover of bikes, bass, blackness, and brilliance. J. Marie, I'm sorry, I've been saying Jill. J. Marie Hill, they, them, holy, is an artist, facilitator, and organizer from Castro Valley, California, now based out of St. Louis, Missouri. They run Black Transcendence, a national-oriented consulting and production house specializing in freedom dreaming, community events, and policy consultation in the name of elevating Black trans folks and Black women. In addition to organizing, J. Marie is also a multi-instrumentalist and singer-songwriter. You can find their music online at j-marieisholy.bandcamp.com or on your favorite streaming platform under J. Marie is Holy. Their keynote is entitled Transcending Scarcity. Oppression overwhelm the usual daily onslaught. Life in the early 2020s has us drowning in negative and distressing realities. But are you using this context as an excuse to hide from your potential or to escape the scarcity stories assigned to you? J. Marie Hill reminds us it is our birthright to rewrite our narratives in the name of Black transcendence. Y'all are in for a treat. Here J. Marie Hill is.
Hello, everybody. Wow, wow, wow. What a gift. What an exciting moment to be here with you. I'm so grateful to everybody. Thank you, Zara. I can't wait till we can bike across the country one more time. But it's so beautiful to share the lineage that we do share. And it's funny because today I'm going to be talking about lineage. I'm going to be talking about scarcity, spirit, but transcending that, right? So let me know if, I know we're doing some audio things, but thank you so much for your patience so far with all the tech that's required to manage this large undertaking. So I'm not sure. Okay, cool. Sounds like it's getting crisp. Okay, thanks y'all for your patience and the feedback. So I'm not gonna keep you too long today, but I am really, like I said, grateful to be here, and I'm gonna use this opportunity to ground. Okay, I know many of you have been watching a lot of people talk. I'm excited to be a part of the rest of this weekend. But first, I want to do a land acknowledgement, and I want to do some breaths with you, right? Because this talk for me is both an exploration of some concepts, but it's also one that I hope we can return to be inspired, to be reminded of what we deserve. So first, the land acknowledgement. I'm coming to you from Kickapoo land along the Mississippi River, in a place known as St. Louis, Missouri. Some of you might know an auntie, uncle, friend, cousin who has moved through here, come through here, left, right? But it's an honor to be coming to you from this Black, freshly tilled soil of this very robust center of the country that is America. And then I want to do some breath, right? We can always use an extra excuse to get present, I think. I know I'm a little slightly nervous, but mostly just excited to vibe with y'all, right? Because literally anything goes. We here, right? I have some beautiful prepared remarks, but also just want to get present with you. So let's do 3 box breath, and let's just get present. Boxes in, hold, out, hold. All right? We'll get gradually slower as we get more present. So let's take an in breath, our first in breath. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4, hold. In, 2, 3, 4, hold. 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. And our last one here together, breathing in possibility. 4, letting it spread throughout our body as we hold. 3, 4, and out as we come together in this tech connected moment. So thank you again to just the Abundance Project and everybody on the team for having me this morning, afternoon, whenever you're watching this. Again, yeah, my name is Jay Marie. I sometimes go by Jay Marie as Holy, but I'm inviting all of us into that lineage here today. So you might see behind me some homies. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna share a little more about them. But if you don't recognize them, we have Audrey over here, Audrey Loyd, Sylvester from Singing Disco, and then James Baldwin, of course. And I want to share why I have them with me. But I'll get to that from a story. So first, I want to situate myself, as my bio did, but as I also want to offer here. I want to situate myself as someone from a mostly white small town, Castro Valley, a suburb of Oakland, San Francisco. I want to situate myself as a person from a religious family, Christian, non-denominational, from a sheltered start, high key, okay? But from there, I want to situate myself in the lineage of Black transcendence. And I welcome you into that as well, into that lineage. So this is going to be a little bit of a linear talk, right? We're going to take it back and tell a little story, and then hopefully we'll bring ourselves up here today, both through the experience of poetry, quotes, music that we'll end with. So back in, almost 10 years ago, honestly, back in 2013, before I really identified as the artist that many people are starting to know me as, which is super exciting, right? But I'm just a regular person, and my start is in teaching, y'all. I was a 4th grade, kindergarten, middle school teacher. So if you can recall that energy in your own life, bring it to yourself here. Give yourself the permission to tap back into that little self, okay? Because that's who I'm really talking to, is the inside, the little ones inside of us, right? So back in the day, before I really identified as an artist, I was invited to a year-long think tank back in the Bay, back in California. And we were faced as a group. It was about 30 of us, 30 artists, incredible artists. I was so honored to be a part, y'all. A think tank. We were charged with, over the course of a few meetings, over the course of several months, reflecting on a question. Now I'm going to ask you all that same question, mostly as a part of this conversation, not to dwell on it. But here, the question was, will you present an artistic answer to this set of reflections? The reflections were, what is on the other side of your body's joy? And what is on the other side of your body's shame? I ask that question here with us because sometimes abundance can start and stop with our belief and our embodiment of it, right? So back in the day, I had to ask myself that question. I was like, how am I going to present an artistic? That's deep, okay? But I found a way. I was very excited to bring in what I was working with at the time. I made 2 offerings. One, I had recently started with a jam band of similarly gender expansive people, a boy band, if you will, a BOI band. And I wanted to be on stage with them, right? I wanted to showcase what we've been working on, get us, performing more. It made sense, right? And then I also wanted to situate, much like I did here, situate myself in a lineage. I wanted to piece together a visual so that our viewers could be reminded that we, as people who are transcending gender right in front of them, would not be the first nor the last to embody a new way. So as you can see, these are actually our folks from that time, right? I pulled in 3 ancestors, and I pulled in some other living mentors to be behind me, to show people who I wanted to be in conversation with, even though they're not here to still talk to us, right? Their work speaks for them. And that project was called The Revolving Auditory Doorway Between Joy, Shame, and Self. Okay, I'm going to read you a little excerpt from how I spoke to you at that time, because it really ties to what we're about to talk about today. So that auditory installation explored the relationship between people of color, music, masculinity, and womanhood, right? As the place to where gender expansive bodies can ascend to in order to process, live, and love through joy and shame. We played literally and spiritually beneath our Black, queer, and trans literary and artistic ancestors, as they have reminded us the permission our bodies have to thrive. And we follow in their ancestral footsteps, living their lessons on how to conquer a world that frames our shameful existence with pure and musical joy. As we're settling in here, I actually invite you to grab onto and to bring into this space with you 3 ancestors who get you present, who feel like they help you make more sense in this time, right? Who you walk in the lineage of. So while I have a few from the past here, excited to say I've grown a little bit. I have some new folks. Both, I'm grateful to say that I've discovered new powerful ancestors in our lineage, and I've also, much like many of you, lost people recently, right? We are still in a whole pandemic. It's not over yet, even though it kind of feels like it, right? Even though we definitely are in a different stage of it than we've been before, right? And so my 3 ancestors that I'm going to bring in, I really invite you to bring in 3 folks. Think about it for the rest of this time we have together. My 3 are Polly Murray, Mistress Velvet, sex worker out of Chicago who passed recently, and LL, Lucia Leandro Jimeno, one of my dear friends who just left this plane last year also. COVID related, yes, but just overall disability, many injustices piled up, and we lost them. I want to bring in some of LL's words that maybe will help you think about who you can bring in. But again, think about LL's words from a place of ancestral remembrance and memory. Ancestral reminders, okay? And LL told us through a document that he sent me before he passed. He was like, maybe this could be lyrics, maybe this could be music. I was like, okay, let's get to it, right? Went in the docs, but I'm bringing it back out here. LL called this piece Doing It for Ourselves. Doing it for ourselves, laying the foundation to our power, roadblocks at every path. Then spirit comes along, reminds us of the journey we are destined to take. Doing it for ourselves, we can't wait for you to see our worth. We got to crawl out, fight out, reach out, scrap out to remember. We got to do it for ourselves. No more hiding that we are the magic our old ones and young ones teach us. We got to do it for ourselves, running a long, long time, praying for a long, long time, raising our fists for a long, long time, just to remind us that we got to do it for ourselves. Making, creating, laughing, crying, holding, loving, dreaming. What ancestors have you brought into this space? Whose lineage are you walking in? I bring that in because in this pandemic, in this time, it's easy to listen to those around us who are walking in fear, who are walking in a lack of clarity about what their ancestors are teaching them, who are not in touch with their own birthright, right? And I want to just bring in that it's okay. Sometimes we get caught up in fear, right? We get caught up in, all I know is what happened to me, and I just know I don't want that to happen again, right? Where have you started to believe that scarcity is your birthright, right? Where have you started to settle inside of avoiding pain, avoiding the worries that you have, the long list, right? And the reason I'm bringing all that up and bringing the ancestry in, right? Not only because they're inherent permission, but because it's real that we forget what we are owed and what we deserve. And I'm gonna, as I brought in my artistic beginning, I want to bring in a poem that I wrote since this piece and since before Ella wrote that. And the reason I want to bring this in is because not only does it humanize me a little bit, but it kind of sets the tone for this halfway towards the end point of our talk. This poem will be out later in other parts of my musical creations and offerings, but it's called America Taught Me How to Forget. For those of us who are in the States, I think you might be able to recognize or remember or notice these things in your life. But I find that this always reinvigorates me towards where I need to be. After this, I'll share a couple more things, and it'll be time for a Q&A. This poem is called America Taught Me How to Forget. My name, my pain, my stories, my glories, it's never enough for the beast of forgetting. Insatiable appetite this creature sure has that don't stop and won't till I give up my past. My breath, my toes, my fears, my nose. It's all in the running for me if you'll let it, because ain't no part worth leaving out, as I tell it. So here I am, y'all. My stories are ready. Finally shouting my own truth. So steady. My wounds feel them shrinking. At these unleashed truths, see they fester in me, yes, but also in you. They fester because Black built this ish. From damn White House to blessed pew. We built this place, they killed our race and spread lies in our deathful wake. These lies, they pull us both down deep, like a score that's never settled. The wounds so real like gaping holes untouched as brand new metal. Well, I say, the time is now. The time has come to face the charge, to heal the masses and play the cards. This mantra mine for everywhere leaps from my lips here as a prayer. I don't believe the lies you tell, the lies you sell, they won't get through. I don't believe the lies you tell, the lies you sell, they won't get through. I don't believe the lies you tell, the lies you sell, they won't get through. To those who'd wish me keep amnesia, 3/5 whole, now I'm full and regal. So clear that we are so much more than magic. So, while America may have taught me how to forget, come see me. Love me back to remember. I offer that to you because abundance, the base of it, is loving yourself into remembering what you deserve, right? Whether it's being outside, whether it's fighting for your rights at a protest, whether it's pushing back on that office email that got you twisted up, okay? Every layer of this work to remind ourselves what we deserve starts in our embodiment, starts in our commitment to being full and whole. I know that I love myself, and I take notes from others who love themselves using the outdoors, using the outside, to remind us that not only is the earth abundant, she's big patient with us, y'all. The earth is very patient with us. But to me, being outside reminds me of not only the abundant earth, but the sweet, sweet opportunities we have to make the most of each breath. Through our time, though our time with her is ticking because we have a solid relationship, responsibility to this climate, to shift this climate relationship, y'all. So just thank you to everybody doing that work, right? And biking and being outside is a constant reminder and commitment to do that work, right? We have such a deep responsibility to this earth. And shout out to my mentors and loved ones who have a walking, climbing, biking, and just other outside practice that keeps you outside often and in deep relationship to that responsibility, right? Y'all keep me remembering there is joy in this soil, and it is up to us to till out more, right? So as we wrap this up, you know what I'm saying, before we get to some questions, not only am I grateful to have the space to share some artistic creations and some words with you, but I want to leave you with two other ones. A couple quotes, and then a piece, actually a song that I wrote called Here, Queer, and Staying. Because even if you're not queer, somebody in your life is queer, and something about you might be queer. I invite you into the world of it, the abundance of it, right? Queerness being open, queerness being true and possible, right? I just want to leave you with two things. One of them, yes, I did get from Instagram yesterday, because we all know that is the depth. That source of depth in these times. There really be some popping quotes though, man. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay. So the last couple comments I'll make is, and for the heads up, the music video, I'm gonna play it a little longer than just that portion, because I actually started where we left it off and played to the end. But the comment I want to leave you all with is that it is holy to be exactly as you are in your short time here, right? Say it as a affirmation with me. It is holy to be exactly as I am in my short time here, right? One more. It is holy to transform into each new self, right? Say it with me. It is holy to transform into each new self. I hope you enjoyed this video, short excerpt. You can also look it up online, Here, Queer, and Staying. And I hope you enjoyed it, and I can't wait to see who and what you transcend into next to make the impossible possible, and then some. Thank you.
Song is rolling.
Round the cycle, we still go. Mourning what we hate to know. New dead, wishing I'd have to see. So much death in front of me. More gone, more gone. More gone, more gone. School and home and work and play. The fight is always rigged their way. This pain is a job that's never done. See, but I can't change the game we all got to play. No, 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 no matter what I say. But we can change the rules that we play by. Here's one that's non-negotiable. We're here, queer, and we're staying. We're here, and we ain't going nowhere. No, we're here, queer, and we're staying. Now we're here, and we ain't going nowhere. No, nowhere, no. There's so much death out in these streets. We have had to redefine living. And they've pushed us out and kept us down. You can't get away with this much longer. We're all up in your workplace, all up in your bathrooms. We gotta make a life just like you. Said we're all up in your workplace, all up in your bathrooms. We gotta make a life just like you. See, but I can't change the game we all got to play. No, 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 no matter what I say. But I can't change the rules that we play by. Yes, we can. Here's one that's non-negotiable. We're here, queer, and we're staying. We're here, and we ain't going nowhere. No, we're here, queer, and we're staying. We're here, and we ain't going nowhere. No, nowhere, no. Nowhere, no, 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 no. We are here and we are queer, and we ain't going nowhere. We are here, we are queer, we are trans, and we ain't going nowhere.
J. Marie, hey boo, hey.
What's going on, Fabio?
It's really great to be here with you. I got a little chills in my body listening to your keynote and watching that video. Thank you for your brilliance and just all you offer.
Thank you. You in the lineage? Don't play with me.
I'm here for it, boo. We have a few minutes for some questions and answers. If anybody wants to offer anything, questions in the chat box. But I just wanted to start with, you're just radiant with all this positivity. What keeps you motivated and not like sinking into the scarcity model that is just constantly being promoted to us? Like, how do you stay away from that and project what you're giving us today?
Ooh, okay, it's work. It's definitely work. This is a whole amount of labor that goes into this. But I would say, firstly, I mean, like I said in the conversation I offered, it's really about who I know I'm of, right? I'm not the beginning. I'm not going to be the end, right? So how dare I waste the time that I'm being given? That's really the simplest
I
part
love
of
the
it.
simplicity. I love it. Straight to it, right?
How dare I, right? How dare I?
Yeah.
Honestly, right? We got to sit with the hard. But only for me, I think of it as not only to transmute to make it something bigger, better, bolder, but because the depths make room for the highs. The lower the lows, the higher the highs. And I got to be with that. It's going to keep expanding, right, over time. So I better be good at all of it.
Right. And you get to be a reflection for other people. How do bikes play into this for you?
Right. Okay. Listen, actually, the lineage is that I've been injured a lot. I was a basketball, rugby, track, volleyball, all kinds of activities, right? But I am also of my father, who has had 4 knee surgeries and might be about to have a hip replacement this month, right? So I've had 2 knee surgeries myself. I've been injured a lot. I'm high-key very clumsy from my mama. Get it from my mom, okay? But that's also who put me on. Okay, but that's who put me on the bikes is my mama, right? The bikes are how we are safely athletic in this family, okay? My bike is right here. I got all my bikes right here. But for me, it's really about being safely, powerful. It's like, it's a good thing. I try to look at anybody who's doing things into their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s in black. I'm trying to take all the notes. All these older black folks riding, let me get my bike. Let me get what am I doing? You know what I'm saying? So that's the lineage that I'm trying to be of. And like being outside, like I said, reminds me of my right to be powerful. And bikes help me do that. Help me travel. Help me get to know a city. Help me get to know a place I'm not from, like St. Louis, right? Help me be more like, keep me close to the earth, right? A car separates you so much. And so it keeps me close to the earth to be able to power myself and to be able to pull that power from the soil.
That's what's up. It's great to hear those reminders articulated in the way you did. I think the connection back to the earth and outside is really important, and just always giving kudos to people's mamas. So one time for that.
Listen, we love Felice around here. My mom's literal name is Felice, so maybe that's where the sunshine comes. Her nickname was Sunny. For those who don't speak Spanish, Felice means happy. We're Puerto Rican, you know what I mean? So
I love it.
I'm so grateful.
Yeah. And so lastly, what's next for you? What's in the docket? You a busybody out in these streets. So what you got popping that we can check into?
Absolutely. Well, as I spoke about the lineage of Black transcendence, that is the container that I'm using to kind of hold my work. But it's also, like I said, an invitation. All of us could walk in that line, right? Walk in that path. So currently, Moho Justice, this report represents our work. This is the state of the hustle. Y'all can go to mohojustice.com and read about it. But I think about Black transcendence as holding my most recent work with the sex work advocacy, which is what Moho Justice. It's very simple. More justice for the hoes, right? Period. And also, it's all it is. It's very simple. How dare I make it too complicated? You know what I'm saying? Keep the people pushing. But Moho Justice, the Black trans bike experience from 2019 is reemerging as partly local, partly pulling up to ATL in a couple months here, weeks really. And so just really grateful to have like a history and a lineage that I can claim, and then hopefully deepen while we reach more folks. So people can go to blacktranscend.com to kind of check it out, see what's going on as we build this work up. And, I'm just trying to listen to spirit to see what's next, really. So if you want to join a team, if you believe in any of these things, you see the website, you trying to pop in, we need you. Black, trans, Black woman, otherwise knows your work is to serve and elevate the lineage, please pull up. I appreciate y'all so much for this space.
Thank you, J. Marie, for your knowledge, for your brilliance, for your energy. Now we'll have a live podcast recording of A Quick Brown Foxes with Aisha McGowan and featuring Devin Cowens.
Hello. I was contemplating if I should do the traditional podcast intro, even though I will probably definitely record it later. But I am very excited to welcome you all to this live edition of the Quick Brown Foxes podcast, a podcast where we seek to answer the question of how to get more women of color into cycling by asking women of color how they got into cycling. Today, we have the exclusive honor of speaking with my good friend and co-producer, Devin Cowens, and they are going to tell you all about bike life. Let's bring her in.
Hello. Wait, did you play did I get an intro slide or?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I missed it. I was in the bathroom. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Okay, so Devin, traditionally what you're going to do is tell us who you are, where you're from, where you live, if those are different places, how you identify culturally, gender, whatever, and what you do.
Okay, I think it was 5 questions. My name is Devin. My pronouns are she, her. Originally from Dallas, Texas, but I currently reside in Atlanta, Georgia. I culturally identify as Black with a capital B. And my mom is from New Orleans. My dad is from Dallas. What do I do? That is nebulous. I consider myself a connector, community organizer. I like to bike camp. I manage Radical Adventure Riders Atlanta. And I dabble in event planning and generally doing logistics. I think that covers most of what I do. Was that everything?
Right. Yeah, those are all the questions. How did you get into bikes?
So growing up, my brother and I would ride bikes with the neighborhood kids, and we played this game called City Hall, which I can't tell you now what we were actually doing besides like riding around and pretending to go to the bank in City Hall and like with fake Monopoly money. And in hindsight, it sounds really weird, but it was so fun. We would just like ride around the neighborhood and like have like adult tasks to do, and we called it City Hall. And then as an adult, that was when we were kids. And then as an adult, I moved to DC. I was doing AmeriCorps, and I was really poor and I couldn't afford to get around. And at the time, my brother was living in Chicago and he was a bike messenger for Jimmy John's. He was like, "Oh, I'm building bikes now. Like, I can make you a single speed." And I was like, "Okay." So my dad and I flew to Chicago, picked up the bike for my brother. And this was back when 2011, when the airlines hadn't really figured out bike travel. And so it was like very expensive to get a bike back from somewhere. And my dad was like, "You could have just bought a friggin' bike in DC instead of traveling to Chicago, getting the bike from your brother, putting it in a box, and then assembling." Like, it was a whole thing. He was like, "We are never doing this again." I was traveling on United. Anyway, so I got the bike and was in the DC airport and like trashed the box and put it together. It was a single speed, so it was like really easy to just assemble. And then I didn't ride from the airport because it was too far, but I got on the train, the metro, with the bike. And then I was like invincible after that. So back then I wasn't riding with a helmet on, and I rode with headphones, which seems so young and free. But yeah, that's how I started riding again. And it was a great way to see the city and party and hang out with friends. And I was like 25, so I was riding everywhere. It was great. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna move backwards. We're gonna revisit a lot of things you said, but we're gonna start from the very beginning. How did you learn to ride a bike, and do you remember what that bike was?
Oh gosh, I think I had like, oh God, probably. I don't know where the bike was from, but I remember it being pink and white, and had like the training wheel bikes. And I feel like my parents had just gotten divorced when I was like 5. I remember having the new bike when I was at like my mom's house, like after they'd split up. And I think the bike was probably like your parents are divorced, here's a gift, like, yay, bikes, which my parents are friends. It's great. We're very happy. But I remember riding with training wheels and like that experience of like actually having them come off. And I'm pretty sure my dad and my brother, like my brother's only a couple years older than me, but they both like knew how to ride bikes. My mom did know, but wasn't as versed in it. But I remember learning like in the driveway on Hollow Ridge Road in Dallas when I was like 5 or 6. And I feel like everyone talks about Walmart bikes, but you know, shout out to affordable, accessible bikes, you know, back in the day. That still happens now, but it's rare. So yeah, that was it. And just having an older brother, I feel like I always wanted to do what he was doing. So getting a bike was like, I think part of that, just copycat mentality I had for many years.
Definitely can relate. Shout out to Walmart bikes. I think a lot of us got started on those. All right, let's talk about this game because it's the most Devin thing in the world.
Like 9-year-old Devin, like 9 to 11-year-old Devin, like doing logistics and like being a Leo type A in a very, I don't even know. I can't remember how it came about, but like it was our neighbors across the street that we played with. There were like 6 of us. And we were just like, I was trying
to the bank.
Not the actual bank, but it would be like people's garages would be like the bank. So we had this like, it was kind of like what I would envision present day would be like something like The Sims, right? But like in reality, like you're like, you know, having like fake money. And actually I've never played The Sims, but I've just seen, like, I think The Sims is like raunchy now, but back in the day it was just like very basic. And we were just riding around like, oh, we're going to the bank, we need to like exchange money, you know, like adult things. And it was so appealing. Like it'd be like, oh, what are you doing today? It's like, should we play street hockey or do City Hall? And it was like, oh, City Hall. It was called City Hall. It was just this game.
I'm just trying to imagine kids walking around wishing for responsibility.
It's just like, we're just like, oh, we're gonna, and I don't know, I think of the group, there were 6 of us, and like me and this other kid were like the younger 2, and we were just like, this is so cool, like pretending to be an adult with like responsibilities and shit. It was so funny.
I have to ask, in hindsight, does it still seem funny?
It's like cringy now, but I don't know. It was like, it does feel nostalgic to just think of like, I don't know, growing up and like being on a street, like after school, knowing my neighbors, riding around on bikes. So like those memories feel really special because now it's like, I feel like that's much more rare because like you can't trust people. People are creepy. Like not that they weren't then, but they were like not, you know, like it just felt like you could trust a neighbor then. I don't know. Maybe my mom didn't trust them, but like, you know, you were just like able to sort of be like, oh, my mom would leave us outside for a little bit. And it was like, okay. And now I'm like, the way the cars come down my street, I'm like, ain't nobody gonna be outside unattended. You know what I mean? Okay. So that feels really nostalgic, like people taking care of each other in the sense of community. But yeah, it was.
Okay, so we're going to fast forward.
Yeah.
We're going to fast forward to adulthood. What was your first bike as an adult?
The one my brother built. So it was a Schwinn 1986, like world bike, whatever that means. But I had that bike in DC for 5.5 years. And then I moved to Atlanta in 2015 and I brought it with me. And in DC, there were like 2 hills, two distinct hills. It's actually really fun to ride around on single speed because it was not hard. Like I remember one night like ordering pizza and like I had to get I ordered pizza and like someone had stolen the front wheel of my bike.
Oh no.
This whole thing. So I had one of those city bikes. I was on the city bike. And then I also like ordered 2 pizzas and I got those Whole Food pizzas and put them in a bag. And then I was like holding my like single speed bike in one arm and then like the pizza on the other shoulder and like biking up. I had to get up this one hill and the rest of it was like really flat. And I was just like, I don't know, so like strong and free and like trying shit out, like, you know, and was just so much more like adventurous, I will say. But yeah, there were just 2 hills in DC that I had to conquer, and then I moved to Atlanta and like decided to be a barista for like 6 months at Emory, which never again. But I biked. My commute was 6 miles each way, which doesn't feel like a lot now, but at the time, like on a single speed, I was working
That's a
like
pretty
6 a.m.
solid commute.
6 a.m. to 2 p.m. and like going between like Midtown and Decatur. It was just like I would like leave at 5 a.m., get to work for the shift, and then get home at like 2:45, 3, and just sleep. Like it was so exhausting. And that bike, I love that bike so much. And then 2018, I suffered a self-contained incident where the fork of the bike, I was in a bike lane, the fork of the bike buckled. Not really sure how that happened. Anyway, it was one of those things that happened so fast, and my life literally did flash before my eyes. People say that, and you're like, what? And then it happens, and you're like, oh, like, and I can't really tell you what happened, but I was going downhill, like left dinner with some friends, and I was like biking past the park, and I just remember like flipping over and being like in the bike lane, and my ankle was like stuck between the spokes, and I was like on the ground, like, what just happened? I need help. And some angel named Tom like walked up and was like, how can I help you? I saw it all happen. And I was like, can you please move me from the street? This man brought me to the side. I ended up having like, I lacerated the skin on my Achilles.
Oh, fun.
And had like stitches that night. And I had actually just like 2 months before broken up with my partner of like 5 years. And so it was like, who's going to take care of me? Anyway, I had some friends and it was fine. But it was a very like intense moment. And I couldn't ride for several weeks. I had to wear shoes with backs out for a while. But it healed up nicely. And that same month, I got a geared bike, my first bike with gears in 2018. And the rest is history.
So what geared bike did you get? And did you ever go back to single speed again, or have you had geared bikes since? And what do you like about the geared bike versus the single speed bike?
Okay, good questions. I'm never going back to single speed because what knees. I got a geared bike. It was a Specialized Dolce Sport. Her name was Zora. R.I.P. I sold her to a tiny woman in 2020 when I was just moving to do more gravel and was like, I don't need a road bike right now. But I haven't gone to single speed. I've thought about having a single speed to ride around my neighborhood with, but like, I don't know, I'm 35. Like, I think that there can be a benefit to training and pushing myself on a single speed, but like the gears are great. It's easier. Like, I'm life, like it's easier. I will challenge myself with like Scrabble and puzzles and like learning challenges at work. I don't need to be challenged like with a single speed,
Serious question. As someone who's turning 35 tomorrow, do you think that's old?
I guess like I just remember being so fit like when I was younger in college, and like I would run all the time and I would do all of these things. And now I'm like more tired. Like I bounce back slowly, and the motivation is like, where is it? It's hiding in the closet. And like sometimes I'm just like like it feels like I want to work out and I want to push myself, but every now and then I'm just like, it feels like a single speed would just be like that much harder, like just to like I'm on the bike, I'm pushing myself, and then having to also like my legs be the gears is like just feels like a lot. Though, maybe, I don't know, maybe, they say you turn the corner at 35, maybe the next 4 years I'll be doing gravel events on a single speed. I don't know. I'm just kidding. That is not going to happen.
Okay. Let's see. What are you up to now?
I'm doing the Abundance Summit. So I recently became what I'm referring to as a non-competitive sponsored athlete, which is great because I can ride my bike and do community organizing and have sponsors and feel comfortable. So that's been really cool because I've been able to manage Radical Adventure Riders Atlanta, which is a bike community for folks who identify as women, trans, non-binary. Women, trans, non-binary. We do bike camping trips and a bunch of community building things. And so I can sort of do that, and my sponsors support that work. So I'm able to not have to like go to an office every day, which is great. I support Aisha in all of these, operational roles as it relates to all the great programming you're doing. And then, I dabble in events. I love, I identify as a connector, which basically means I just love bringing people together. And so I think that my type A double Leo energy suits well to event planning. And I do really enjoy it. I actually have described myself as like when an event is happening, I'll say in person because virtual is different, but when I have planned an event and I see it come to life, in the moment, I do feel like I'm floating. Like it's actually transcendent. Like it's afterwards, if an event goes well, I'll just be like on top of the world. It's remarkable. So that does feel like something I do really well. But then even at like a very base level, I'm like, okay, we're doing trivia. There's 8 of us. Who knows each other? Where should they be sitting? So I'm very like interested in the experience people are having when they're connecting with one another, and kind of how they're moving through a space. So I feel like events is also something that people don't like doing and is hard. So you can charge a lot of money for it. And so I think that that is something that is important to do so that I can, reach goals and continue to support all of the initiatives and things I want to be a part of. So yeah, those are the things I'm working on. And some other kind of small projects, but a lot of bike packing, community organizing, and then some of my own like gravel events and races.
What's with the quotes?
Because they're races, but like I am racing myself, I'm not
That
like
counts.
trying to race anyone. So yeah, I had a friend actually was messaging me last night, and they were just like, we were friends when I was living in DC and like really broke, and we would always joke about like being really poor. And not like that, but you know what I'm saying? And they were like, it is really a treat to see you like experience joy and to be shining for like all of the stuff we went through and like the process that we've sort of like charted. And, I think that there's been a lot that's happened over the past couple of years, but I have had so many moments of joy in my life, especially recently. And even though sometimes I'm tired and work can bother me because there's a lot of it, I do have the privilege of like getting to do what I want most days. And the work that I do is really special and meaningful to me. So that feels like something I didn't know that I could achieve at 35. And it feels really, really special and unique. So, yeah.
Okay. I think a question some other folks might have. No one's asked it, but I have it.
Oh. It's like where?
So you had what sounds like a pretty like traumatizing experience, having your fork buckle and then hurting your Achilles in a pretty serious way, and you're still going. But not only are you still going, you're thriving and creating programming and doing all of these things. How long did it take for you to want to get back? Like, was there a period where you were like, nah, I'm good on bikes? Or did you immediately like, I got to get back out there, I miss it so much? Or like, what was that like?
Yeah, I think that accident happened at the intersection of a lot of other things in my life. And I definitely like was not going downhill fast when that happened. Like I was on 10th Street, like for folks who know Atlanta, but like on Piedmont, just going down the hill, like on the cycle track, like with like 2 saddlebags on my bike. Like I wasn't going very fast, but it was downhill. But I did find immediately after that I was very like being on a road bike in the street going downhill, like I was squeezing my brakes for like 2.5 years. I still actually descend fairly slowly on gravel. I think I moved to like off-road because of that, to just like not be around sort of cars and just have like this different experience. And it was just, I don't know, mentally felt like just a different environment to be in. It didn't, you know, take the joy out of bikes, but it did kind of scare me around just like going downhill fast. And I actually, I don't know, watching Shay like ride down hills in Atlanta, and like, you remember when you rode together and you were like, I feel like I was watching you and I was like, where do I put my leg on a turn? Like I'm going to spin out, you know? But I think being able to transition to not be on road, and then also to just going slower and like taking it slow has helped. I also have learned that, you know, tire tread and bikes are, you know, designed like being on gravel and going downhill, like the bike is going to do what it's supposed to do, and the tires are meant to do what they're supposed to do. So if you brake, that's actually not good, because it like makes the process worse, right? There's a way to brake, like not before the turn instead of in the turn and all of that. And so kind of, I think learning the technique and how to do it like more safely and with my comfort level helps. I do practice going downhill fast without braking on routes that I know and when I can see around the corner, but it has been a process. I'm still working on it. I'm kind of a scaredy cat, so it's just like a thing. And then as far as kind of the programming and doing all the things, you know, I experience bike joy on a very regular basis, and the gist of it is I want to bring that to more people. And so being able to provide space for community and to give folks opportunity to also have that bike joy is, I've used this term before, but, you know, soul enriching, makes my heart swell. And I mean that truly. Like so it feels really cool to be able to do this and to keep doing it, I hope, for a few years till people get sick of me. But yeah, it was a transition. I mean, took some time, but I don't really ride on the road anymore. I will do like a city ride with friends, or coffee rides, or, you know, ride to beer, but like longer training rides on the road, I'm like, it has to be with people that I trust, and like at a time like Sunday morning when everyone's at church, you know, because people are crazy. So
That's fair. I feel like I always have to remember that like my level of comfort on the street is much higher than most people, but I feel like I don't know if I've just got really lucky, because I feel like I learned to ride in Boston and in New York, and both of those places they're very hectic. The drivers are not great. The streets don't necessarily make a ton of sense. And it never deterred me, but I feel like now that I'm like training a bunch, I'm actually more nervous about it, because I feel like, I don't know, I think I'm more protective of myself, because it's like I'm working so hard. If something happens, then it's all gone. But
I remember riding with you and Will one day, and you were like, "Are you comfortable like riding in the street?" I'm like, "Yeah, cool." And then riding behind the two of you, I was like, "Oh, they learned how to bike in New York." You were just like, it was so different. I was just like, oh my God. But you're on Lawrenceville Highway. I was like, what is happening? And I know that you take like the most direct route everywhere, which I don't do. So I remember that experience vividly. It was very both scary and informative. But
okay, so it looks like there's a couple of questions for you, not from me, but from others.
Oh, really?
Devin, what brand do you use for biking? I'm not sure if they mean what bike or what clothes or what. Do you have like I know you're partnered with a couple of companies, but maybe you want to shout them out and maybe even talk about some of the stuff that you enjoy otherwise.
Yeah, so as of 2022, I ride for Diamondback Bikes. Prior to that, I was on the Radical Adventure Riders gravel team, which I enjoyed. They're sponsored by Specialized. I enjoyed and appreciated that time, but felt it more important to spend more time locally. And Diamondback's been very supportive of my community organizing and Radical Adventure Riders Atlanta. I ride a gravel bike, a 46 centimeter gravel bike. I just started. I did not just start. I have a mountain bike, and I'm learning how to mountain bike very soon. And then, but mostly just. I'm riding Diamondback now, so those are the bikes. I love that their bikes are accessible and affordable, and they're also working to get more folks on bikes who aren't sort of your typical cyclist, which I value and appreciate because not everyone comes to the bike for the same reasons. So yeah, I think that's answers the question.
That'll answer that.
Yeah.
Do you sell merchandise, and how can folks support you? Sam has so graciously found the link to the RAR ATL contribution page, but are there other ways to support?
Wow. It's so funny. We built a website and then I forgot to tell people about it. And we've had one for months.
What's the website?
It's raratl.com, which is really funny because
are there any dashes or underscores?
No.
RARATL.com?
Yeah, really easy. Thanks, Hannah, for doing that. I do not sell merchandise personally. Yeah, I have no creative skills within me, and so I'm unable to make anything. But I'm really working to have RAR Atlanta be a sustainable entity for the future, and so that means that we need support, and so that can look in various forms. We have a gear library that we are accepting donations for of new or gently used. Please don't give us your trash. We are also renting a physical space because it's important to have a courageous space where we can convene free of cis men. And so we are paying rent. So monetary contributions are always welcome. And then we are always just looking to expand our community. So if you know folks who are women, trans femme, non-binary, who are in Atlanta or the Southeast. I think we had someone come to our ride who's from Birmingham, Alabama, heard of the group. I think RAR as a larger organization will be expanding to more chapters over the next few years. But, we're sort of hoping to be a hub for the Southeast. So tell your friends who identify within those areas. We are centering Black and brown folks and trans folks in that space. So we love our white cis women friends too, and we acknowledge that it's important for them to make space and step back. So would appreciate any support folks can share of their friends and siblings and cousins who are Black and brown and identify as WTF or NB. So yeah, those are kind of the ways. I have some stuff up in the works that I have yet to announce, but we'll be hearing about that stuff soon. So I'm super excited to share in the coming weeks. But yeah, just appreciate the opportunity and really just trying to funnel as much information and resources to RAR Atlanta and figure out how resource allocation can really work in the current landscape. So yeah.
All right. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. So I am going to let you go. And I know there's a couple of additional questions in the chat, and you can answer those if you would like after we get on out of here. But thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Aisha. See you later.
Hello and welcome, beautiful people. Y'all have not seen my face for a hot sec. I just want to say J. Marie Hill's presentation was phenomenal as a queer person who bikes. It was beautiful to see more diversity being presented on the panel, but Aisha always does that well by showing the various aspects of all types of Blackness. So I appreciate that. Up next, also want to appreciate Aisha and Dev for that podcast. I definitely felt like it could have been longer, and too bad it couldn't be. But we have to move on. And finally, for the day, we have, but not least, is an amazing panel featuring Black business owners. Get that coin. Dollar. So anybody y'all see on this, make sure y'all check out their gear, support them, share the message, because we try and put money in more Black people's pockets. And this panel is moderated by Sam Scipio, business owner herself of Jubilee Joy, for sure, manufacturing. And it features Roland of Reload Bags, Joy Hunt of Elite Feet, Lakeisha Henderson of Bike and Brunch Tours, and Nedra Deadweiler of Civil Bikes. Skirt.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our Black business panel. I got to say, it's towards the end of the day today,
Hi.
so I'm wondering if that theme music is anybody else's jam, because it's my jam now for sure. When the sax comes in. So thank you, everyone, for joining. If you're just joining us virtually, this is the second annual Abundance Summit. If you've been here all day, thanks for coming back. We hope you've enjoyed the sessions as much as I have. And so this is the Black business panel. We're talking with 4 different Black business owners, 5 if you include myself. And so I will just start out by asking you all to tell us a little about yourselves and about your business, like its core function, where you are, how long you've been in business, and how many people are involved. And let's say, Joy, you can go first.
Okay, I'm happy to. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Joy Hunt, and I am one of the owners. We are a husband and wife team here in Middletown, Delaware, and we own Elite Feet. We are an independent running specialty store. So we do have a brick and mortar retail, and we also have a mobile trailer where we bring our services to our customers. And what we do here is we find the best shoe for the best you. And we do that using our Elite Fit process, where we use our specialized knowledge to perform gait analysis. We will examine arches, measure both feet for width and length, factor in height, weight, body type, past injury, consider your chosen activity, maybe even the surface on which you'll be performing this activity, and then we will make an appropriate recommendation and fit you for the proper footwear. So we take our service very seriously in addition to the sale. And we're very proud to do that. We've been in business for 7 years and we are expanding every day and looking forward to what's to come.
Great, thank you. Let's see, Nedra.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Nedra Deadweiler, and I'm the founder of Civil Bikes. We are based in Atlanta. Primarily, we host biking and walking tours around unseen, unheard stories to build community, to promote being involved in cultural heritage preservation and inspiring people with the stories that we share. We started in 2013. Our first event was hosted in 2014. It was a community ride open to everyone, and we grew from there. And we have created different rides and events, meetups, and kind of different types of celebrations. We host tours, walking and biking, be it around art and culture, history, buildings, also infrastructure, and we do a lot of community active advocacy around transportation needs, around design, and also just discussions around gentrification and community change. The goal of our work is, even though it's a business, it's really around building a sense of shared responsibility, collective action, and understanding cross-culturally.
Thank you. Let's see. Roland, do you want to go next?
Hi, sure. Yeah, my name is Roland Burns. I'm the founder of Reload Bags here in Philadelphia. We started in 1998, actually, and we make bags and all types of accessories originally for bike messengers. My partner and I started basically back then as bike messengers in Philadelphia and just found a need for more durable bags and more expressive types of bags and accessories. And we've been expanding the past bunch of years into all types of different bags for bikes since my focus and a lot of what we do now is more towards like bike packing and gravel events and things like that. So we're kind of just a small sewing studio that has always done things in a kind of made to order basis, just trying to make really durable, waterproof, and always items that are really like a personal expression of our customers. So we really value making things that are, you know, custom ordered. So we don't have a shop full of, you know, a lot of stuff. We let people come and choose what type of bag they want, what colors they want. A lot of times design and graphics and things like that. And we've just been doing that since '98.
Lovely. That's quite a long time. And Lakeisha.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks to everyone who's in the audience, and thank you all for inviting me to come and participate here. It's a pleasure to be among such great company. I'm the founder of Bike and Brunch Tours, and my background's in architecture and planning, so my backstory is actually coming out of a sort of planning lens and also being a resident. I'm based in Baltimore, and that's where the business was founded. And for those of you who know about The Wire and a ton of other stories, every city has their version. I felt like a lot of narratives were overshadowing the legacy, history, and culture of a lot of our communities. And while, you know, that is part of sort of the story of broader cities, it was important to me that we make sure equal, if not more weight is given to the history and culture and communities, but also doing so through a fun an engaging way that also creates a pathway or at least accessibility for people to come, return to communities and contribute their own personal resources to groups that are existing now and continuing and building on those legacies and culture in the community to help sustain them. And as Nedra was saying, be a buttress against gentrification to further grow, aspire, and approach it from an Afrofuturistic lens as opposed to being fully anchored in the past, but instead learning from it. In the last piece, of course, brunch. Who doesn't love a good, tasty bite after any type of activity? And as a dear friend says, you know, the combination of food, fun, and fellowship is one that can't be beat. So you join us for a tour, you are sure to leave with some new friends, new connections, and a welcome seat to come back into the community.
That's great. So it sounds like a little bit of what you're saying is that the spark for your business came from that need and desire to preserve culture and to continue legacy, right? And so when I think about the spark for me starting Jubilee Bikes, which I hand make bicycle frames, there's, you know, sometimes it stacks, but there's always this moment where you kind of pause and look around and you say, oh, I could do this myself. I could solve this problem myself, or I could offer this to people myself. And I'm wondering if anyone could speak to kind of the spark of what was the moment, the spark that you decided I'm going to start this business and I'm going to go for it.
I can go. So
great. Yeah.
My husband was always entrepreneurial minded. We knew he wanted to do something, and it was important that he picked something that was in his personal strengths and wheelhouse. So that eliminated restaurants and cooking. That was all off the table. But he's always been active. He went to college on a track scholarship. And as we settled down and we built our house in this area and we had children, he kept saying, you know what's missing? Like shoes. You have to go 20 miles or more to get a good pair of shoes. And he was like, that's what we'll do. So we opened the business, but what we noticed is people needed more than shoes. They needed the service. And what we found, being Black owners, is that there was a runner segment that truly needed us, that didn't quite feel comfortable going to some of the mainstream running groups and athletic clubs, who felt much more comfortable coming to our store and being fitted, whether it be size, experience. They were very comfortable. And so we definitely moved into that niche and really doubled down on the service that we provided and really expanded from there. But like you said, we saw a need and saw that we could really align and that we could really meet it. And it's been very special to be a part of this diverse runner experience because it's growing. It's certainly, the rallying cry of this pandemic period has been, we outside. And people who never walked and never ran before were going outside, and they really needed a place where they could feel like they belonged, they were included, and feel valued. And we've really been able to provide that in the pandemic and moving forward.
Lovely. Does anyone else want to add their spark, their moment of decision?
I'll jump into the conversation. When you are in the sort of corporate workspace or business environment, I still practice, but it's freelance. There does seem to be this gap. And I was at a meeting, it was a client meeting, but also a client meeting that involved community members. And I just sensed, as well as from some of the conversations, the difference of showing up in spaces with your blazer at the conference table, speaking to the community, being seated on one side, and having a different level of trust when you're actually moving through, physically engaged and sharing space in the community and talking about certain subject matter. And also it just seemed to be, as Joy mentioned, you talked about a gap. There seemed to be this disconnect with where we aspire to go and what was done before. As they say, if you don't know your history, you repeat it. And unfortunately not the positive parts of it. And so there just seemed to be, from at least the development community space, whether it was subconscious or conscious, people who did not acknowledge that neighborhoods don't need to get torn down, that places aren't wastelands, that require a savior to come in and save. But instead, these are places that are basically archives and gems of essentially what has driven many cities, many regions, and frankly, globally. I give the example all the time of one of the streets we ride down is home to Thurgood Marshall's childhood home. And on a regular basis, I can't say that, I'd say maybe 10% of the people in the tour knew that home was there. Other than that, it was just a street they drove through. So really, as Joy was saying, I think that it was something for me, having been on tours, being a traveler myself, not finding opportunities or tours, as Nesra's tour does as well, that highlights and centers Black history, culture, and legacy in a way that you can then take it back and infuse and inform the work that you're doing. They say place making, but I'll call it place keeping, in the process of place keeping in the built environment and as it relates to civic engagement. So that's the more chunky part of it. But really, I just want people to see and connect with other people, have a lived experience, and then translate that into doing work that is constructive as opposed to destructive to community.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So in thinking about the work you all do in your businesses, we're all Black business owners. And that is something that we're stating here for a reason, because it does matter, and it is a central part of who we are. And I'm wondering what role Blackness plays in your business, and what being Black has brought to your business that you feel like otherwise would not have been there.
I think that's an essential question, Sam. I feel like we've all been talking about it because one is part of our identity. So it's just like ingrained naturally. But I will say for me, the Blackness came in 2016. Before that, I was just riding a bike, you know, and doing community work on a bicycle just because I'm a social worker professionally, and doing something that I love. But in 2016, I was challenged. Untokening came to Atlanta. It was the first one was hosted here. And it was the first time I had this equity lens that was applied to being on a bike, you know, thinking about gender and thinking about race and how that impacts experience on a bike. Then I began to think through several experiences that I have had myself, from a crash to just being on the street, you know, how people respond to me or not respond to me, how cars react to when I'm on a bike, or people walking and cross bikes as if I'm invisible, that I'm not even there. And so, or just street harassment, right? So when I began to learn more about equity and how that applies to cycling, and realizing that I could use civil bikes as a tool to address equity and inequities, and really bring some of that knowledge and information to people who ride, bring it into community groups or any kind of community engagement situation, that really changed me. So not only my Blackness, but myself as a woman, and just being active and what it means to be active, not with a group, as an individual, and not all putting all the responsibility on myself to stay safe, but also challenging institutions and planners and the city to be responsible for my safety. So, you know, and I would say the other piece, like Lakeisha is saying, is like looking at Black history, looking at the heritage, you know, it's personal, it's community, and it's really broad. And I think that has made me a stronger person, both thinking of confidence and having this position to give voice to stories and narratives, but then also encouraging others to do the same, because we all hold history, be it lived, be it family, be it community, and, you know, and challenging, like, what do we do with that? So Blackness is a part of it just because it's a natural thing, but also it's important to speak to it because, like Lakeisha said earlier, we have to reframe how, like, people talk about Black folks. Like, it's usually something negative. You know, it's the character in the story that has all the tragedy, but there's so much joy, there's so much to celebrate, and there's so much ahead of us that, you know, that we need to really pull from. You know, that Sankofa moments need to happen, you know, more readily than not. So.
Yeah, does anyone else have anything they want to add to that? And I know it's going to look different for different businesses, kind of like the role that Blackness plays, right? Lakeisha and Nedra, you have businesses that are very central to being out in the community and being community-based versus a product-based business. But I am still curious about, you know, how Blackness plays a role, even when you're selling a product, even when that's the end goal. If Roland or Joy want to chime in.
I think for us, there's the interaction between us and our customer and our market, where, as we all know, I can't change my Blackness. I'm Black every day. There's no hiding it. There's no secret. And, you know, we bring our Blackness to our work with joy. we do. We're very happy. And so within our store, you're going to see diverse marketing. You're going to see interior that reflects all of us, probably more than what you would see in traditional stores. But I think what's been special for us, and where I'm the most hopeful and optimistic, has been our role within the industry. There really is a running retail industry, of which we're one of 4 independents nationwide. So when those conferences get together, I'm the only Black woman owner that we're aware of. And, in this whole conference, there could be 6 total owners. And so we've now really been able to inform our fellow retailers how to better collaborate and to target and work with diverse runners, but also really informing brands how to tap into this market, how to understand this market, how to collaborate, where we can push back now and say, I see you have a St. Patrick's Day shoe. I see you have several, other shoes for cultures. Can we get a Black History Month shoe? Can we get a Juneteenth shoe? Can we get a design of Black, red, and green with a meaning behind it? And here's why. If you want to grow your customer base, at some point you have to step away from the 6-7 minute mile runner folks and really broaden it to people who are new to running, returning to running, postpartum running. And really expand their view of who their target is. And I think that's what's been the most rewarding and has the most potential, is how we can bring our Blackness into those spaces within our industry. But certainly every day we bring it to work in terms of our marketing and even just how we interact and make our customers feel comfortable coming to us.
Right. So just as Blackness is a part of your identity, it sounds like you're creating a community of people who have been othered by the industry, right? Of, like you said, postpartum, or people who have stopped running and are coming back. And I think that notion of community is really interesting, right? Like for you, for your customers, or for people who are participating in rides led by Civil Bikes, or people who live in the communities from bike and brunch tours go through, right? So community as something central to me kind of begins to dispel the myth of the bootstrap and like the myth of this rugged individualism. So now I'm wondering, what is something you all wish you would have asked for help with as you were embarking on your journey into being a business owner?
I'm looking at Nedra's face, and I'm just guessing from everybody else. I'm just going to give you a quick answer to say everything. I'm still asking we are hiring everyone. So that's a DM. It's just, retention, marketing. I always joke with people, if you've been to our website, I apologize, because right now it's on life support. Come back in a couple weeks. But it's just, it's also that you just learn to have grace, I think, with yourself and with other people, because everybody's learning and doing, and also learning from not asking how to ask, and more so who to ask. So I'll just let other people fill in, but my answer is everything.
Yeah, I would definitely say, being in business as long as we have been and going through all the things we've gone through, my background was in engineering, and my partner, Ellie, who, when we started, she was 20. I was like 24. So we kind of started organically from a point where we were bike messengers and we just wanted to make bags, and we started making bags for ourselves, just as an experiment. And things kind of grew out of that, because Philadelphia happens to be an incredibly supportive community. And a lot of people wanted to see us succeed. A lot of people wanted to see somebody succeed from Philly, and people started ordering things, and we kind of just grew without honestly even at first trying to become a company. And then we got to the point where we were just kind of a company, and we started doing things part-time, and we still rode our bikes around delivering packages, and slowly but surely we actually turned into a full-time company. But I would definitely go back, and since we're kind of more like artisans and craftsmen and craftspeople, going back to take some sort of business from the business side. We grew to, at one point, having a shop here and a shop in Seattle, and we had 11 people here and 13 people in Seattle. And I thought everything was all about kind of growth and volume and everything, and took a while to learn that that wasn't the case. And a lot of that was just because of me personally and my style of approaching the business and management and everything. And there was just a lot of things along those lines that took like some hard lessons to learn that would have been great to have guidance on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So just not always looking at trying to really decide what your real goal is, which doesn't always have to just be numbers and like pure growth. And there's a lot of ways to grow aside from adding more people and pumping out more product if you're a product-driven business.
I think I agree with both Lakeisha and Roland. Like all of those, both of those, the answers, responses are yes. A third piece I would add to this conversation is a mentor. One of my problems is that it's not that I am distracted or that I don't have focus. I have a lot of focus, but I also have a lot of interest. And I try to really tie a lot of those things into the work that I do. And I would love to have had a mentor at the beginning to help me with channeling my different interests and the way I will say I'm built to respond to things and situations, and know what to respond to and what to just like leave. So that means that I've just kind of tinkered or evolved. Things have evolved over time. It would have been great to just kind of known what I wanted to do like over the years versus doing a lot of iterations. But that's been very helpful and to my growth, and also giving me an opportunity to meet a lot of people. But a mentor, I still would love to have a mentor or someone who has kind of been there and done that could offer support and also just a bit more guidance and direction.
Great. Switching, well, this isn't really switching topics. It kind of dovetails into this, but I'm wondering if you all could share a little bit of your biggest obstacle so far, and then I want it followed up by your biggest joy, because this is a summit about joy. So what's been your biggest obstacle and what's been your biggest joy?
I will say that the biggest obstacle at times is just not knowing what you don't know. There are just times where you just didn't know this was out there, this was available. And so, the more mentoring you can have, if we are a member, we have an amazing Black Chamber of Commerce in the state, which helps funnel us information, because when you're the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker, as many of us are, it's just hard to keep up with everything. So someone who can resource you and point you in directions when you have needs is really important. And so I think that's just an obstacle on any day, honestly. For us too, because we're product-based, securing brands and contracts when you're just starting out, you're just opening, can also be difficult. What I would say is our biggest joy it will always be, for me, the customers that we help. I mean, we live locally. Our brick and mortar store is 4 miles from our house. So we can be in the local grocery store. And if I have on Elite Feet gear, or if they just recognize my face, people come up to me all the time and talk about how their life was changed. They couldn't walk before, or now they're able to walk their dog, or now they can run, and just what a big difference the fitting made and how it's impacted their life. And that's really why we do what we do. But every time it gives me incredible joy. And sometimes I get teary, there's hugs, I may call Jason and tell him what happened, but I mean, it's really a beautiful thing, that part of our work.
Mm-hmm. That in-person connectivity and love. Yeah, that's so amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Anybody else? Obstacles, joys?
Yeah, I would say for me, probably the biggest obstacle, especially right now, is actually just sourcing all the materials and everything that we need. I mean, since we make everything in-house, and we try to use, ideally not only domestic, but as close to us, materials like regional materials that we can find, especially over the last couple of years. It's become incredibly hard to not only source the materials and find them in stock, but there's been a lot of fluctuation in the quality and even things like the color consistency and a lot of the stuff we use, which is really tough for us because also we buy things on, like, we're a relatively small company, so we buy things on pretty, short scale. And when things are either defective or the color is wrong or they're just out of stock and not available unless you're ordering thousands of yards of something, it's really tough to put out a consistent product, which is really the main thing about our brand, is that we make things that are incredibly durable and ideally last a lifetime. So that kind of also, though, bleeds into what our biggest joy is. Similar to joy, people coming and saying, hey, I got this bag 15 years ago and it's still going strong. And it's people seeing me on the street, knowing that our bags are distinctive enough that people can see them, which is kind of why we started doing the things the way we did them. I always said you can notice, even if you saw another bike messenger a couple blocks away and you couldn't quite make them out, you could tell by their bike or something like that who they were. And that's kind of why we started making bags in a more personalized way. So you could see somebody from blocks away, see the colors on their bag, see the graphic on their bag, and know who it was. So just, hearing stories about people traveling, to Barcelona or Japan and like, hey, I caught a reload bag on the train, things like that. Just knowing things are out there and they're surviving and people are getting great use out of them. And, just looking at us as, a company that really makes something to last a lifetime and be involved in all these adventures and experiences is really the best joy.
Oh yeah, I remember when I first moved to Chicago and got into bikes, and I didn't know what a messenger was, but I started seeing these people riding around with these big messenger bags. I'm like, what is that? They're like, oh, that's a reload bag. I was like, what's reload? They're like, they're in Philly, they make the best bags. So
nice.
Their reputation is definitely there, and they're still distinctive. I can always tell when someone has one on. So yeah, that is a huge joy. Lakeisha and Nedra, you want to share obstacles, joys?
I'll go last, Nedra.
Okay. I'll have to just throw it in right now. Roland, I have a reload bag 15, 17 years ago.
Thank you.
I bought it when I lived in Seattle, and I love it. It's beautiful. I'll send you a snap after this.
Would love to see it.
Okay. And I will say my biggest obstacle has been really maintaining my own self. My work in civil bikes became everything. I had a job as well, but really trying to actualize all the things that I've wanted to do in this work has taken my heart, my attention, my brain power. And so that's the biggest obstacle, but I am inspired, always inspired when someone comes on a tour and send me a message, a follow-up message or an email, or send me a letter, or contact me with some sort of story. And it's like that transformational piece of either recognizing themselves inside of what they hear or what they experience, and or wanting to seeing their own communities back where they came from, and realizing that there's something special within these heritages, be it it's their heritage or not. And I think that's what keeps me here, keeps me being a part of Civil Bikes and wanting to grow along with it as well.
Lovely.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Uh-oh, we can't hear you, Lakeisha.
Oh, what happened here?
Oh, there you are.
Okay. Temporary. I need to project. I was just saying that's an example of no, Joy's comments, as well as Nedra's, regarding both the obstacles and the joys. But I'll just expand on that a little bit more in that, access and resources. I know when we first began, I definitely have to credit some allies in the community. There are emails I sent numerous times, calls I've made, and what have you. And they could make one phone call and say, hey, call Lakeisha back. Or, hey, do this. And frankly, while those that was very helpful, having that, it was also that lesson of sometimes, I think people mention accessing other communities, or more so of that, like bringing things to spaces where they don't exist. And that actually centered me more in how do you build things for people who are having the same experiences, so that you don't have to sort of keep developing something to take it somewhere, or proof of concept to get what you need. You spend so much resources, just build it with the community at that point. That said, I would definitely be speaking to you, Sam, and trying to connect, because one of the things that has been an obstacle is sourcing our rental bicycle fleet. We have bicycles, and we try also to, upcycle. We don't have new bicycles as part of our rentals. All of our rentals are basically refurbished. We try to work with other organizations, and specifically those youth organizations that build and refurbish bicycles. However, that's a lot of coordination and cooperation. And so that's one of those things, just access to resources, and knowing when to stop seeking them out and when to start building the thing. And then last, with the joy, just building what Nedra said, but take it a step further. All of our stops, any mural you see, any engagement you have on a bike and brunch tour, we have spoken to either the organization, the artist, or whomever. So when we say we've curated the tour, not only is it curated, but it's also from the lens of the people in the community, the organization leader, sharing that perspective. So I say that to say the joy is often those relationships that we've been able to build, genuine and authentic relationships, and also being able to extend those out to people who come onto the tour. So it just sort of feels like we have this growing, while it's a business, it's still elements of fellowship and what you're in on the right, just part of it. So just like Nedra said, really it's the people side of it that really keeps you going.
Yeah, totally. I mean, at the end of the day, we are all providing a service or a product for the people. So having them, it sounds like, to everybody, be a central part of the joy of what you're doing, I think is really, really beautiful. So I'm going to ask a couple more questions, and then we'll probably transition to the Q&A section and see what questions folks have in the chat. But in thinking about setting a business up for success, you think about, where are you located? What's happening in the world? Like, when are you starting this business? Other factors I can't think of right now, but I'm wondering, what environment do you feel like set you all up for success? What was happening in the soil around your little seed that helped it grow and helped it, start to flourish? And you can take a sec to think about that one if you want.
I'll just jump in and give a quick answer. I'll just say friends in community. That was one of those things where you have an idea of the seed, and the people who see you sort of like circling it, not touching it, not doing anything with it, not putting any soil or water on it, who are saying, do it. So that was one of the things for me.
Yeah, I would also say, a lot of friends and community. Philadelphia being incredibly affordable at the time, it being kind of like the peak of messenger culture, and being a time when messenger bags were really popular, whether you were a messenger or not. Perfect timing with a local marine fabric place that took a liking to us and sold us short yardages of materials. Just a lot of, but mainly a lot of support. And like I was saying before, we didn't really even intend to start a business. It was just two people trying to make bags for themselves, kind of as an experiment as much as anything. And people saw what we were doing and started asking us to make things for them, and supported us through a whole slew of not so great bags that we made for people. And they still, saw that we were trying to get something going and stood behind us. until we started making really good bags. So that was definitely, it was a very nurturing environment at the time. And I think a lot actually about how, the timing just coincidentally worked out so well with all those different factors. But I always say, like, the main thing was the support of the messenger community in Philadelphia. Without that, we wouldn't have gotten our feet off the ground.
I'll say one thing about Delaware. Small as we are, Delaware folks appreciate other folks from Delaware. And I am born and raised in Sussex County, which is a little more, is the rural end of the state. Now you can drive it top to bottom in 2 hours, but I'm born and raised in the South, just over 2 hours, top to bottom. I'm born and raised in the South. I'm educated in the North at University of Delaware, which is also a very big deal here in Delaware to be a blue hen. And we kind of settled in Middletown, which is literally in the middle. So Delaware is the kind of place where you can meet and know your senator or representative. And if you've ever met somebody from Delaware and you run a few names by them, there's a good chance they might know them. And so for us, as you mentioned, our soil was Delaware. And so being of Delaware, from Delaware, raising our kids here, made it a nice place for us to really start. But I will tell you, I'm also part of the Peloton world community. And during the pandemic, being an authentic, just involved member, riding, walking, running, doing the yoga and the cardio, when we had to pivot to virtual fittings and retailing online, that was another community that raised up and really supported us. And I think part of it is just being, wherever you are, being sincere and being authentic in your value and your brand and what you're bringing, and people really identifying with that and wanting to support you wherever you are.
Yeah, that's really good. I will say I was recently back to Atlanta. I'm from here, but I had moved away, lived in a couple of other cities, and coming back and was looking for something else. So I was disconnected from my place of employment at the time, and I just started doing something that I love, but in which I was not very involved in community life. I wasn't involved in any of the things that I became involved in, but with the goal of I want to do this and try to find a location where I could open up. Everything was either, it was, I didn't know what process. So I started going to community meetings, and I didn't know this, but Atlanta was going through this period of growth, and these opportunities like opening up storefronts for new businesses to incubate and doing pop-ups. I got into different programs that were being launched. So it was just like the timing was perfect. If it wasn't for the timing, I'm not sure if I would exist at this point in time. But because, there was this changing that was happening in the city, businesses, corporations moving and relocating, people were interested in interested in the history and learning more about Atlanta. So we got a lot of support just surely because of time and place. So I'm very happy that those things took place because it gave me an opportunity to have a little bit of bandwidth that I probably would not have been able to do, just hitting the streets, walking and knocking on doors, because I was still very much old school. I was not very ingrained in social media. So I had to learn how to use Facebook, and then it came along Instagram and how to use social media and in this digital world. So really learning as I was doing became, I guess, a skill set that I gained kind of quickly. But it's just that adaptation and really being inspired by my own idea, because I knew that it would create a sense of community and also build the change that was necessary. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's once again, every single one of your answers mentioned community, right? And I think it's so important to just remember that is a central part of who we are and how we work and how we learn and how we grow. And, if there's small business owners out there, I know there's times where you really feel like you have all this weight on you or you can't do anything, but your community is here for you. and you got to reach out and talk to people, and that's how things start to move and take shape and form. So I love this so much. Okay, one more question from me, and then the Q&A questions. Will this morning talked about kind of observing. He talked about observing birds. Kahari talked about youth and caring, and we created these beautiful collages. Jay Marie talked about lineage and ancestry. And so if I just could you all say 2 words that you feel are an overarching theme of your time and your experience as a Black business owner?
It's tough.
You know, I would say legacy. And I say that because we do have 2 boys who occasionally come into the store. They do some modeling, they do some cleaning up, they do some stocking. And we talk to them not just about taking over the store one day if they choose, but really having their own idea for themselves and the importance of being a business owner. Maybe you also work for someone else, but being able to determine your dream for yourself, what that looks like, and walking into it and building it is really special. And so for us, I think this is legacy. Our parents were not business owners. And so this really is a creation moment for our family, our children and their grandchildren, in terms of how you can live your life and how you can do business and be successful in an independent way. And I think we're seeing so much of this generation do things their way, how they would like to, on their terms. We're even seeing, I know they're kind of calling it the Great Resignation, but I don't know that folks are resigning so much as really doubling down on how they want to live their lives. They may not want a 5-day work week. They may not want, 40-hour work week, and people are leaning into that. And so for me, it would really be legacy of what's possible for generations to come.
Wonderful.
I think my 2 words would be internalizing legacy. I think I will say, and that's like a 2-fold response. One, like family, of course. My family has a way of venerating our ancestors, people who have long ago died. It's as if they're still alive. The stories, I will say, of these individuals still inspire me. And there's a desire to kind of live that out. And then also just learning different narratives that come from the environment and the city that I live in. Also internalizing those, thinking through their challenges and obstacles, and be it societal, be it around economics, be it around environmental justice, just really understanding what processes they had to go through in order to exist and facilitate the different lives that they've led. So internalizing that and having that inform me as an individual, being able to share stories and narratives authentically, and also with passion, and also with a groundedness. I think that is something that is very important, and that I want to, push that same sort of breath and life that comes from these stories into other people, because, using that word Afrofuturism, it is a way of being able to think through, yes, how I am going to internalize this and make it something for me now, so I can get to where I want to be. These narratives aren't just, something from the past, or even something we hear, for the fun of a tour. It really is a guidepost. They really are guideposts and give a pathway to, to tomorrows. And so it's internalizing legacy, I think, is really what resonates with me at this point in time.
Yeah, it's like legacy as a source of strength, as a source of inspiration, as a source of so many things, right? I think about a story about my great grandmother that my mother always tells. She used to keep a knife in her apron, right? And so there's moments where I have doubt or moments where I feel a little shaky. I'm like, no, walk around like you have a knife in your apron, you know, and like keep that on you. It will protect you and it'll keep you.
Literally.
Literally. Anybody else got one or two words that sums it up?
I'll echo the legacy, but I'll add two additional words, and I'll make those purpose and intention. I think it's really important whenever you're a business. Like a lot of times you hear people say, I want to start my own business. But then I often, say, my next question is like, okay, what's your why? And I think it's so important to know as an entrepreneur or even someone who is still in business, reminding yourself of your why, because it's so easy to get distracted and also get pulled into things that don't align with you, maybe your values or other things. So I think it's really strong, really important to be anchored with purpose and intention, and also to be able to set that for the culture of those in your organization, and have it also define who you will and won't do business with. One thing for us is really important. I mentioned the upcycle, but it's also making sure that we have a reciprocal relationship, if not more so even pouring into communities where we tour or those that we have relationships with. So being intentional in those relationships versus being transactional, and as well as building with the businesses that we have brunch with. All of the businesses in each city are a local business. Just to be really honest, it could be easy to do business with people who have scale or have more resources or some things, but that's not our intention and our purpose for being here. And sometimes it's worth doing that little bit of extra work to be more purposeful and intentional and have a broader impact to build that.
Mm-hmm. Y'all better believe I'm taking notes. Roland, you got a couple words for us?
Yeah, I loved, go along with the legacy part of it, and trying to just keep increasing the joy of the work and flexibility, and like especially having a small business like I do now, it gives me such an opportunity to be more a part of the lives of my son and more a part of the community, and not always have to be working, watching my parents and my grandparents work so hard, so that I can eventually be at this point is super important. I would also say perseverance and flexibility. Perseverance kind of goes two ways. Number one, since I'm making something from scratch, and we're self-taught. I had no experience with sewing or making bags or anything like that. And my partner, Ellie, her mom was a seamstress and she always sewed, but we kind of just started from the ground up. So the perseverance to keep attacking what we were doing and trying to make improvements, work with materials that may or may not work as we wanted them, and we won't find that out for a couple years. Always be sourcing new things. So that's number one in terms of just making the product that we make, but also in terms of being a business owner and a Black business owner, and a young business owner as well, just trying to, when we started, I was young, trying to, jump all the hurdles of getting people to take us seriously, and having, the community was incredibly supportive, but we also had a lot of doors closed in our face. It was me and a young woman starting a company and trying to rent out space to make things eventually, and asking companies to sell us things, and asking stores to trust what we were doing. And it took a lot of trying and a lot of attempts, and that's kind of the perseverance part. And flexibility to go along with that, just as important as it is to have a plan of attack. And that's something that I mentioned, and like a solid business plan. And I wish I had more of that in the beginning. At the same time, it was, in a lot of cases, the flexibility we had as a small company and as individuals, that allowed us to steer through all the obstacles that were placed in our path and eventually come out where we are now. So I think those two are very important.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, y'all, we are going to go to the questions from the people. So the first question, if you were to give a young entrepreneur one resource, be it a book, a website, a tutorial, etc., what would that be?
I don't know that it would be a specific book or a tutorial, but the piece of advice that I would tell them to seek in a book, perhaps, is to really understand who they are. Away from what you're selling, but really have a good understanding of who you are. Away from the business, people would tell you that I'm a helper, someone who sees people where they are and leaves them better than I found them. Even though this is Zoom, I feel the storytelling spirit from you, Nedra. I feel like that's who you were before. I really connected when Roland said he was an artisan and a craftsman. That came through. And, you know, Lakeisha, clearly you're also a curator of experiences. And I think away from the businesses, those are central to who we are. Initially, you start and you're thinking, what am I going to do? And is it going to make money? But you want to be in business for years and you want to be able to sustain it. So it's important that it does align with your personal mission, vision, brand of who you really are, so that you can sustain your business out for time and so that it feels authentic for you and the folks that you're serving. So there's all kinds of personality tests, self-help books, therapists, personal development folks. I would say to really spend as much time there as you do figuring out your widgets and how to sell them and how to record the sale of your widgets.
Y'all heard it here. Joy said, go to therapy.
If you just so happen to be in business with a partner of which you partner in love, definitely go to therapy and work out all those aspects of your relationship too. Definitely. You heard it here first. Therapy. Yes.
Oh. Anyone else have anything to add, or otherwise I'll go to the next question. Sweet. Okay. The people want to know, what are you looking forward to next? What's upcoming for each of you?
I'll jump in there and say we're looking forward to more cities. So we take invitations. I say invitations, but you know, if you slide in the DMs enough and beg us to come to your city, you know, we still do private tours in other cities. We definitely have expanded. I won't say which city, but we definitely have expanded at least to one city so far that way. And so that's exciting. But then also, you know, shifting and leaning more into the versatility that the pandemic had us do, which is offering more tours that allow you to go off on your own, whether it be virtual or self-guided tours, and take those to the next level. I think I experimented with the Oculus headset for the first time probably at Sundance Film Festival, I want to say 2016 or 2017. And I also was able through, and the name's escaping me, but I want to give them a shout out. But basically it was a Black tech women group that had an experience there, and we put on the full suits and the Oculus headset and had a full experience. So yes, that's it, you know, Nedra and I have nodded to Afrofuturism, but yes, in all the ways. So because in one of those experiences that I had an Oculus headset actually was stepping into the experience and life of someone else. And I think that is the next frontier. And we're not here yet, but I did also have the benefit of doing a hologram experience. We sat in a room where the hologram of someone from Iran was projected into the room. Blew my mind. So when we get there, you know, we're still trying to get our website together, so don't expect that anytime soon. But you know, just talking about what we're looking forward to, I'd like to be practical, but also aspirational, because it's only one way you get to the future is by actually knowing what direction you want to head in. So we want to stay on the bike, but we also want to have opportunities to, while you're on your Peloton or what have you, still be able to project yourself into other spaces and experiences. When you
I can see it now. Bike and brunch tours, space is the place. And then you are just out there on a bike.
I don't know that I put the headset on and been on a stationary bike before, but you know, I don't know. Somebody tell me out there in the comments, have you tried that? But forget that. We're just going all hologram. Like.
Totally holographic.
Right.
Okay, let's go to. Oh, that's time. Shoot, this was so fun. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was great. Nice to meet you, Sam, Joy.
Yes,
See you,
nice to meet
Lakeisha, Roland. Hey,
Great to
Zara.
meet you.
Well, y'all, we've had a full day with gems and mics being dropped from right to left. Kind of speechless at the content and really grateful to be co-hosting and just experience all that came through the Abundance Summit this on today. So if you are geeked about what you received today, wait for tomorrow because it keeps getting better. We got some amazing content tomorrow that we know you will enjoy if you enjoyed today's content.
Yes, and do not forget to register for the Zwift race at 11 a.m. Eastern time. If that's not good for you, still sign up, tell a friend, share the message. Sharing is caring, and check the link in the YouTube chat box. Sign up for the Zwift race. It's also posted on the Quick Brown Fox website, in addition to come and view us as we live stream the race, Aisha and I, and we'll be on the Quick Brown Fox YouTube channel.
So yeah, thank you to all of our sponsors, Zwift, Live Racing, SRAM, Bike Flights. You'll see links in the chat from them so you can check them out. We'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Be in their swimwear on 22s. Have a good evening, y'all.